Hello. Don't mind me for being dead air for a few extra minutes. Been a bit of a weird morning. First thing I was doing was fooling around with some SD cards. I thought that I had found a video from an old SD card that had gone off. I loaded it up on the dev computer, and it was showing stuff which I had thought was lost. Whereas the streaming computer wasn't able to load the card at all. Unfortunately, then I tried to do disk first aid on it on the one that could see it, and it just blanked and deleted everything. So it turns out whatever I thought was there is in fact lost forever. It was like video from my romance in Canada for some years back, stuff like that. What are you going to do? And then I found the graphics from those live stream modular jams that I used to do. In fact, that went so well, I think I could probably show it to you, but I wasn't able to copy them off of the card because it was taking too long. And it was like time to do live stream day. But something that I can do is show you what's there, but I don't get to copy it today or even really play it off of this stuff. But remember these? Like my jams from these? There's covers for all of them. There's even video for all of them. And that should be still there. I don't know in what condition this video is. It takes too long to look at them, but yeah, as you can see, these were proper albums. Like these could be on Bandcamp or something if I wanted. There's Space Town. Look, it's Baby Chris. Oh, lost it. See if we can get this back. Don't know if it's going to remember that size. Probably not. Here's another. Yet another. This is what the Batik Erotic cover looked like. This is also what the videos look like. It's streamed looking like this. I really, truly did have a video feed that looked like that. It took a bunch of work making it all happen because I was playing the video at the same time as I was playing the audio. But I was able to do stuff like this back in the day when I was fooling with the modular synths and everything. And you've heard some of these. Here's the one for Boogity Down. Pentagrammatical, look, it's Baby Chris. This is long enough ago that I hadn't gone nearly as gray as I have now. The Nil Pointer album cover. And lastly, Nuke and Pave, the final one that I did. So yeah, this stuff could go out as a bunch of albums. I've got sort of the materials. What I would probably want to do is figure out whether I can like put those songs. Oh, hello. What's its little problem? Let's see if we can eject this thing. Yeah, so it's going to take me hours to copy all of that stuff over. But if I can, the thing that I particularly want to do, and it would require gigabytes of extra space, but what I'm putting up there, the FLACs are already gigabytes of space. It's both a question of whether I can upload stuff like that onto Bandcamp and whether I could include the video of the tracks as I was going. If I can do that, and I don't know whether I can or not, I'll put all that stuff on Bandcamp. Then you'll be able to both listen to it and watch the videos if you want. Those are no longer anywhere on the internet, to my knowledge. So that could be a neat little window into back in the day, back when I was doing that. It was about 6 or so years ago, thereabouts. But yeah, today is plugin making day. There's a number of things I've got in mind. I've got an extra cup of coffee. I've had a whole bunch of coffee because I've been busy doing things. One of the things I did this morning was set up the vent fan for my soldering station, which is upstairs where the attic fan lives. I've got this really powerful fan for trying to move air through the house, and I should be able to do soldering up there without harming myself if I have a strong enough sort of exit fan for the soldering area. It'll pull all of the fumes away and it won't make me sick. So I needed to put that together. I finally have put that together, so now that is ready. It's not happening today, mind you. I'm not doing that soldering today. But it is happening. After all, I have a circuit design for what I'd like to attempt. And this incorporates both the input stage and the capacitor stages. There's some experiments I'd like to do. I've got some new old stock, probably germanium transistors. I'd like to see whether those can be plugged into this configuration, because that becomes like a unobtainium, I will never be able to replicate batch of plugins that I could make. I could go and do those, and if I'm able to do those, that is not even a going into Stompbox making. That would be more like these are priceless one-time things, and once I've used up the transistors, and I don't know which of these transistors even will work under these circumstances, but I now have a gain stage in there which I can use my way and do the things that I need them to do. And I've got a lot of the other stuff in line to let me go and start building. So maybe it'll be kind of like that. Maybe I will just make enough of these things that following the pricing concept I have, the price will go up to the point where it'll be worth digging into the weird unobtainium ones, assuming that they do in fact work under these circumstances. Because I feel like that's one way. I could even show you. Why don't I do that? That might be a kind of fun. Then I'll get on to the coding. So I'm not exactly sure what to make of these, but I have some Magic Antique transistors that were filched from use. And I think I got these things out of a dead Wurlitzer organ or something. And there's another batch of these. And these are like pulls from vintage equipment. I don't really know what any of them are. if I can make them work, they will be a neat little experience. I think I can actually, come to think of it, I can probably look these things up. These are actually labeled, but I can figure out what they are. Anything else? Yeah. So there's that. That is definitely a thing. Now, what I was thinking, I said on Blue Sky I was going to do a couple of things. And one of the things is I'm looking at my Nearly Science plugin here and thinking I want to match that with a ArcSine output stage so that I can use it to mock up potential like pure saturation style algorithm changes. But the point of Nearly Science is that it is all of the possible options for a somewhat simplified pure saturation style thing. And I could also do likewise with the ArcSine calculation and then run them in series. So it'll be a little toy for working out what kinds of combinations you can use. I'd probably want to set it up so that you could disable either the input or the output stage. But I can do sort of a console-style testbed plugin that could be used in conjunction with all manner of things to make a more complicated transfer function out of it. And that could be quite interesting. But one of the things I wanted to fool with, and as you see, we've finished with Purist Console. That's basically, I can build that and it will be coming out. I want to do some of the work for Console X3. In particular, Purist Console has that smooth control, which is Bezier control smoothing. And that has solved all of the problems that I wanted to solve regarding whether anything has zipper noise or whatever. It's way better than anything I've done before. And I want to include that in Console X3. Console X3 also gets the Bezier Q3 that just came out and the new Dynamics plugin. I think I might have all that stuff already copied in there. And then you see there's another plugin there which is called K-Cyber-City, and I haven't even put out K-Rockstar yet. But this was one that I just discovered over the weekend, experimenting with extremely large reverbs. And one of them sounded like a Blade Runner style City in the Rain, which is not to say that it sounds like the particular hardware device Vangelis used. It sounded like the idea of the hardware device Vangelis used, like it was going to do that style of sound. And so I want to make that one now. Also, Aurora Dreamweaver has a question. I don't understand what you mean by filter-based fade plugin. So it was easily answered. We might as well jump right in and start playing with this. But bear in mind, I said that I also wanted to do another thing. Maybe I should jump into that too. That sucker is going to require some tuning in, although it'll be fairly straightforward when it's time for actually doing it. Well, let's use our old faithfuls now that we don't have new music to play with or anything like that. So the idea is I have Bezier Q, or at least if I go and get it, then I'll have it. and I can set it to neutral. So I can do this. Question being, I didn't need to close that. It could be a scattered kind of day. I've been busy all morning doing things, and would have been here earlier if it wasn't for the fact that I was wrestling with those SD cards. I finally finished one of the things I was hoping to do, which was copy a bunch of vinyl records to my computer. Among them, a couple of days ago, I spent, I guess a little over an hour it would have been, copying 2 Michael Jackson records because I was asked about that. People were like, why are you using this for your hit record music thing that you do, and you're not even doing Michael Jackson? Surely that's a bigger hit than anybody. And I was like, well, you've got kind of a point. And so I grabbed Off the Wall and Thriller. And indeed, they sound amazing. They're a good example as far as having stuff sound good. But a thing that I'm wondering about, seeing as we do have these available, and I do have Console X Pre, and I can set it to neutral. Console X Pre, which does not look like I have the ability to play any of the things because it doesn't fit on the screen. But I bet that the VST version will. If it doesn't, I'm out of luck. I have to do something else. Let's find out together. VST effects. Console X Pre. Ooh, no, I'm completely out of luck. Or maybe I am. Okay, here's something I could try to do. Why don't I try, since I can't reach the controls, to make it go? And that's the problem with stuff like this. Why don't I start it playing and try to open the plugin while it's playing? Maybe it will start playing and using the plugin if I do that. So we're just going to have this playing and we'll see what happens. I think it worked. I think it worked. I can't stop it, but I can use this. So the question is, should I use the high band for this one? Maybe. I'm hitting it. Let's set the ratios to 0. And I have to just let it play because I don't have access to the controls to alter this. All I can do is let the plugin go. Also, let's defeat as many of these other things as I can. And again, we're not talking about these bands. These are a different thing. I'm talking about this stuff. And range shouldn't do anything. And it doesn't. So this is a different high band than Bezier. I could go both ways, honestly. Vronska, I've tried that a little bit, did not succeed. We're playing the thing straight through because I cannot actually make this controller give access to the on-off switch, so I have to leave it playing. And I'm trying to decide whether I'm better off using the Bezier Q3 high band or the high band out of Console X, which is a Kalman filter. I already know I don't want to use it for the mid-range. Bezier Q is better than this for the mid-range band. But what I don't know is whether this is a better high-frequency controller. So probably what I should do, we'll close that, we'll stop it, and let's see what happens when we also run it at, because the Bezier filter, we can run at 96K and it will be completely fine. And it's going to sound basically the same. And I have to get it playing. So here is this one. And there's certainly something to that, but the other option here's our other option for the high band. Except for it's a catch. I could see that working for a mastering plugin. I could see that working for a mastering plugin. Oh, well, never mind. I could see that working for a mastering plugin, but there's a catch. And the catch is that I'm not sure I can do the Kalman filter in Console X3. And the reason for that is that Bezier Q3 runs 3 stages of filtering. The Kalman filter runs 1. And I don't know, although I could play around and find out. Be a little difficult. I guess we'll find out. So we'll make an effect stack. And we'll run 3 instances of it. If we do this, now we can reach the controls, so we can play it. Our level seems a little bit cut down. That fixed it. Still a lot of highs. It's still right up in the highs. Can we really darken? It did something. Okay, so if we only have the airband, this would be the highs from that. I'm not sure if I love it. I'm not sure if I love that. Again, feels like something that I could put onto a mastering plugin for like the Presence Band. We can pat it right down. It certainly is doing its airband thing. There's no mistaking that. That said, all that to do what a single Bezier Q3 does like this. And that's as much cut as I have in there. Yeah. I think that's going to work better for mixing. I think that's going to work better for being able to throw on a big aggressive effect and have lots of highs or whatever. Although what was happening in the Console X, which is essentially, it's Stonefire, is what's using there. In that one, I was doing entirely Kalman filters for that section, and then also a completely separate band pass section. The four joystick controls were just peak and notch controls that were separate from everything else, whereas the Console X2 is literally just using Smooth EQ2 for it, so it works very normally. Either way, I can demonstrate that easily enough by literally just bringing up PQS. So yeah, this is Smooth EQ2. So it's the normal thing to do. And that's available in Console X2. It's out there. If you want to use this, you can use this. And you can make stuff that sounds like filters. This sounds very much like, oh, hey, filters. We're dividing things into frequencies. In fact, it even is more flexible as far as sweeping stuff around, obviously. So that's the one where you can sweep stuff around and have it sound very much like filters. And this is the one where it sounds like real things. Although we don't have those going all the way down to 0, but part of the reason for that is because it doesn't work properly if you do. One of my tells about this is I know this is the one that is correct because when I yank the high frequencies up, I cannot help but start blinking manically. And that's because the highs are hitting me with too much information rather than boiling it down into like, hi, I'm a wah filter, I'm a frequency band, I'm a biquad filter. So I'm pretty satisfied that I know what to do with this now. We got to do it this way. And people are responding well to this, by the way. I'm happy about that part. People are discovering that BezEQ3 has a special thing going on. So yeah, but I needed to do that testing. And try out the high band in the original Console X and also Stonefire because I wasn't sure. And it really is a distinct, unique thing. I could see doing something that was more like, I don't know, long as we're playing with stuff. I also have that BezEQ where there's delays and stuff in there. So if you have the things cancel out, have to do this. We do have something like this. So I could easily do a mastering style thing, and this could be worth doing, where we're using this version of BezEQ, but the top band is from Stonefire, because that's what this lacks, and this is operating in the kind of way where this is the type of processing it's really transparent in the stuff that it does, with the exception of if you make mid be 0, it loses the treble as well. That said, this Bezier filter doesn't sound as good as Bezier Q3. I managed to make Bezier Q3 sound a lot better than this. But it's got its own thing going on. So we end up getting basically high mids, low mids, bass. So what this lacks is the processing that is in Bezier Q3. I made it be entirely stepped. This is not stepped, so this has got some of that cursed digital quality. It isn't very obvious, but it does show up. But then also the lack of that airband. It doesn't have that airband. It crosses over too low. So that could be another project. Indeed, it's a project that we could work on among the other ones. Name M. Yeah, so the idea there, I believe, would be, what does this one even have? Oh, yeah, this is one of the weirdies. Yeah. We got a bunch of funny things going on. Pretty sure that's commons. Yep, common filters. Which means, technically what that means is that if I work off of this, I've already got that airband. What I have to do is replace the rest of the Stonefire stuff with an updated version of what's in Bezier Q2. And then we'll really be onto something. So that could be cool. Also, clip only needs to be clip only 3. And yeah. And I am not entirely sure whether we are to be using the Zoom and Sinu or whether this gets reinvented to be something else. But yeah, I see how some of this would go together. So let's start the day off by beginning with this. We'll do a mastering 3 and write out what it's going to need to be. And once I'm finished with that, I can move over to the reverb. Because you got to hear this reverb, man. Nope, none of you have heard this reverb yet. So let's see whether we can get that going. I'm pretty sure my mastering is a stereo plugin, so we'll do that. And we're going to do my usual method of, if I'm riffing off of something, I can start with a clone of the original one. And that is what I'm going to do to get this up and running. I guess that means we're going to call it Mass V, or we could call it Mass 3. Let's call it Mass 3. We keep making more of these. I'll run out of letters. If I switch over to the numbers, then we know that I've done many instances of the plugin. There we are. This technique is most useful for things like the reverb, where the code is just heinously complicated, but it's variations on a theme. Hey, RP Galaxy. RP Galaxy? RPG Alexi, there you go. Figured it out. I got there. Yeah, I spent the beginning of stream trying out BezEQ3 combined with trying out Console X Original for the purposes of seeing what sounded better, BezEQ3's high band or the high band out of Stonefire. Because I already know the Kalman filter isn't working for me very well bass-wise. But BezEQ3 really is working for me very well as far as a... okay, so this would... no, wait, I can't, can I? I was going to try to do this mastering 3 in the bus of Console X3. But that would cause latency, because what I'm going to be doing with mastering 3, it's going to run variable altering latency to duplicate what it is that's in the BezEQ 2, and then I have to modify and hot rad that one a little bit to get it to perform better. That'll be amusing, though. That'll be cool to do. I'm down with the process of doing that. So first things first, let's start with getting this up and running as a clone of the previous one. Then I can edit stuff from there and go and fiddle with the bits, but I'll have something that's up and running and working. I very often do things that way. I mean, I have a plugin to put out every week, so it stands to reason that if I can make something like that run more efficiently, I'm going to choose to do it. Do it this way, I can keep the parts that are working and pretty well run from there. So, boop. So we'll be keeping this stuff and then losing this stuff. And then there will be essentially the BezEQ 2 filter, but I should be able to update it and make it sound better. But with the airband on top of that from Kalman, because it operates on sound that BezEQ 3 can't touch. BezEQ 3 isn't going up as high as the Kalman stuff did. So doing a presence band will have to be done in some other way. Specifically, so presence is a whole other thing, though. Like what we've got going on with BezEQ 3, I can throw a presence band. I can do all manner of high-frequency boost. It's just not going to sound like it. Whereas what's in Console X in Stonefire is a presence band that sounds and acts like a presence band. And it's at least an octave higher than what BezEQ 3 is doing. So that pretty well decides it. It's like, okay, so BezEQ 3, or rather, I'm going to be using 2 and going with that. That becomes the high-mid band. And the one out of the Kalman filter handles only the very, very top end. And everything else sticks with how it's actually normally working. Anyways, yeah, we just did this. I get to save it now. We need to go and do the rest of this because some of it is going to require more controls. But some of these controls, see, I've got one of these controls, happens to be a per MG. that is a multiple option one, and it throws up a pop-up menu on the audio unit. But all that's going to change too. And it looks to be the final control. So maybe what I'm going to be doing is just like messing with all of this. And mastering also gets to have an update where everything gets better with it for the purpose of use. Because I'm a lot more comfortable running built-in latency that changes and can't be reported to the DAW in a mastering. Mastering is typically done like not live in a mix. You run that in passes. So get parameter value strings, eh? I will soon enough find out whether I've done all the right things. We're going to just build it like it is and then go from there. And see, a lot of these are generic, but at least the final one is indexed and does a pop-up menu. I guess I just get tired. I just yawned even though I've been having far too much coffee. This week is going to be a go hard and start a bunch of new things week. One of those times when it can't necessarily be sure that it's going to be the funnest week to get through, but all the same, you can at least get a bunch of things done. And that is what I ought to be able to accomplish. Start too many hairs, chase them all around. After overall scale, we're going to copy everything from there on down. As you can see, there's a lot. Boop. Oh, hi, did it? I hit the wrong thing. Don't mind me. I hit myself the wrong thing. That's not at all what I had in mind. No. I hit B, but I wanted V. Also, I wanted to remember these things. And it might just be worth doing that. Let's throw that in there and then go and do this over again, because I did everything wrong and backwards and got it all wrong. Chad, you know me too well. Yeah, it's Darkstalk week. Exactly. See, the untethered version of this is from the previous form. I need that to be current, including the noise generation stuff that I'm doing. So what we're going to do first is copy that. We're going to paste it in after here. We're going to see how everything rolls if I do that. And then we're going to steal some of this stuff out of here and then hit undo a bunch until we can close it without it complaining that it wants me to save what is actually just a temporary thing. I need one of these. Goes there. And I need that to go here. Some of my recent work allowed me to dial in this number far more exactly, and so that's what I use now. meaning I should be able to close this and it won't complain. Very good. And I should be able to build this. Hey, that worked. And now we've got another thing in the works. So many things in the works. So I'm going to check to make sure that it did actually build and operate. It should be a clone of Mastering 2. But the first thing I'm going to do is jump in and make some notes about what I want to do with it. And then we're going to jump ahead to the reverb thing, because I told you about a reverb that we get to do. And that's arguably more exciting and fun. Boop. Probably is a better, I think once I've updated it, it will be a better mastering EQ than Bez EQ3. But right now, Bez EQ3 is a better mastering EQ than Bez EQ2 because it is stepped filtering rather than the continuous. And we're not going to do zooms on things, much less do zooms on Kalman filters. This was a unorthodox sounding mastering thing, which is fine. We got to do some experiments. But I feel confident I can bring it right into the zone this way. There will be that challenge that it will run a certain amount of latency. But that ought to be a good set of instructions. Could even do some of that today. But I got my heart set on fooling with this one a little bit. I've also got a whole new thing that I want to fool with that is going to be happening later. I've got a plugin that I need to do called Echo Jam that's going to be built on the framework of Wooden Box, but it's the literal opposite. It's a 4x4 householder matrix, just like Wooden Box. But all the reverb algorithms, rather than being tiny ones like Wooden Box, or there's going to be a kick drum variation which is a little bit larger, it'll be algorithms that are so giant that they act more like delays. I can even show you that. Let's do that. So check this out. This is one of the things that's coming. All I got to do is find where my reverbs folder is. So this is what an Echo Jam would essentially be like. Here's another. Yes, it is, Chad. Yes, it is. See, they're all little variations of the same theme. And that one's just barely like Echo Jam. See, it's kind of like. Yeah, so I needed to make a plugin like that. It's just variations on that theme, and you get to they're all slightly different, and you get to pick them sort of by taste, and they're also all going to demand a tempo. Like I can probably put in the undersampling so that you could make it be much slower, but it's designed around that basic tempo, which will adjust itself for like double 2x or 4x or whatever resolution. But the idea is that you'll have to select them and jam with them to see what makes a good sounding Echo Jam. It should also be possible to just not have as much regeneration and have it clean up nicely. Or get lots of regeneration and then have it be a giant wash. But that's the one I was talking about. I feel like using a householder matrix in that way will do a really nice job of giving, firstly, the obvious slapback quality that makes it become Echo Jam, but then also make it turn into that wash as if you were doing the Echo Jam delay, but then also a reverb built in. It's just that it's doing both at once. And I swear if I put this together, I'm probably putting out an album with it, because that's always been something that I've been kind of fond of. I could do that and then just like overdub bass and drums or something on it, overdub other instruments, and just have it be a exploration through kind of rhythmic exploratory space, but then also the ability of other instruments to play along with it, but it would all have to be just kind of vibed out because you wouldn't be able to program it so conveniently. I mean, you could if you figured out what the exact tempo was that you wanted, but like, where's the fun in that? If you're simply programming it, you can't really do the thing where you start leaning harder and harder into the Echo Jam and make it ramp up in tempo much faster. Because doing a proper Echo Jam, if it has clean enough repeats, and deadmau5 has done this on tracks numerous times, you can make it so rather than going you can ramp up the tempo. So it's and do that on the fly. Like anytime you want, you can sort of shift the gear to go to the higher tempo in the Echo Jam and then just go back out of it again. It makes for a nice way of doing Echo Jam and just improvising in things like that. And if you're playing stuff live, that's when you can have the lead instrument doing that and providing the fundamental component sound of it. Like the fundamental sound of the thing is the way the lead instrument does that and does the echoes around it, and that's the body of the track. But then you can always overdub other things, or even, do it with the body of the track, and then since it's in the mix, you're probably just recording the lead instrument. So what you do is you do your initial echo jam listening to the echoes very, very loud, and the final mixdown listening to the echoes very, very loud. But if you're going to be doing a overdubs, then you turn the echo jam right down and listen to the raw sound, the dry, a lot more loudly and clearly than it would be in the final mix. That way you have clarity for what that lead instrument is doing. And it should be very fun. Honestly, it'd be so much fun that I should probably start doing that one here too. But for now, here's my classic reverb testing thing, and I've got synth tones right next to it. I have something in mind for this cyber thing, K11OP. Here is the basis of my Cyber City reverb. And the idea is make a proper deep space reverb out of this because it sounds like the rainy streets of a darkened city. And we can ramp it way up. Have a very big space. And I think this sucker comes up with a very big old Blade Runner-y vibe going on. And as you can see, we can push regen real far. If we cut regen right down, we end up with this. And it's going to be a matter of doing some of these adjustments and figuring out what's correct. So I'm going to want to hear the cymbals in there just a little tiny bit. It's also going to be worth figuring out what to do with Nonlin. See, Nonlin down around 0 is what causes it to be more of a gated sound, which this is not going to be. Nonlin high is the one which will make regen hang on indefinitely if we have it cranked way up. And then this noise L, timer L, wind R, timer R. We'll do those later. I should probably loop that section. That's probably the section that will tell me the most about the Nonlin setting. Because the sweep makes noises that sound kind of Blade Runner-y, especially into the reverb. But Nonlin will have a substantial effect on how that hits. So we can have it fall back, or we can have it hang on indefinitely like this. Okay, that might not be indefinitely. But the opposite of this. I stand corrected. Turning it down is what causes it to go into the more exaggerated form. Up is causing it to gate. No, I stand corrected. That is, okay, going too far was causing a problem. So that's the gated version. And this should be the extended version that I'm looking for. Fair enough then. So slightly more than 0.5 then? Let's zero in on it. That's probably hanging on slightly too long. Remember, I can turn regen up. Maybe too much highs? Maybe too much sustain? Okay, that's starting to feel pretty good. We can also fool with position. And then regen can be bigger. And if we know we're doing it bigger, we can lean into it a little harder. Shooting for that particular color. And again, this is against silence. And we can also do a different set of sounds. There, I rinsed out my coffee cup. So then we can jump into some other sounds and do synth pads. I mean, I could point the microphone towards the speaker instead of away from it. Sadly, this one you don't get to hear DI. or hang on a second. You could. Maybe. Probably. Yeah. Here's what I'm working on. So that's what I'm working on, really. You're only hearing it through the speakers. So I thought I would play it for you direct. Let's get back to doing it on the speakers where I can hear it properly. That was you being able to hear it properly and me only hearing it over the monitor. And I don't mean studio monitors, I mean my TV. The computer monitor has little speakers built into it. And that is my reference for... One thing that's puzzling me a little bit is it my settings on noise that is causing that, I wonder? Let's drop both of those down all the way. Oh yeah, that's what was causing that. Yeah, so that caused some of the noise. That one not nearly as much. Wonder what I get when noise L goes a little hotter. That question relates to what's happening here. So that's the additional room tone behavior. But that is essentially what the wind factor acts like. So we're going to be dialing in these settings, but then I also have to dial in this stuff, ideally in such a way that it does the right thing, considering it can do this, or it can do this. So there's going to be big differences there. Yeah, that's absolutely just my noise floor. But Windar is affecting how everything handles. Windar is the difference between this, which is arguably not convincing, and so that's kind of cool, but it's way too intense. It's messing, and I'm glad I'm learning about that. Well, now hang on a second. Yeah, no, I could update all of those. So what's happening is this is modulating Reg 6N. Reg 6N is regeneration. So it's doing this in a number of ways, but one of the things that's happening is that is coloring the sound of clean tones going into this reverb, potentially so hard that it's undesirable. Meaning it becomes just another thing. I can probably do an update on the text wrangler here. So if I find this in saved files and all the ones I've been working with, I can make a note that specifies, don't let this go too loud or it will disrupt the sound of clean things in the reverb. I will have other darker, more natural sounding reverbs. This one has to do a particular kind of splash. This one's a sci-fi Blade Runner reverb. I just have to balance it out in such a way that it still does its unusual stuff that I'm fooling with now, but doesn't go so hard on it that it screws it up for other things. Like, I'm going to have to dial that in, figure out how to do it. Interestingly, this also means that the room timer number is int square root wind mph. That means I can dial this in till it's starting to mess with the sound of that delayed stuff, but then tweak it for tone quality and probably come up with the tone quality that'll work best for this purpose. Because, yeah, room timer number, int square root wind mph, which gives me the rough idea of where that should be. But turns out you also get to hear what it's doing on clean sustained sounds, which I need to add to this comment. or oh, we can't tab, can we? We've got to search and replace to do that. After the return, that should neatly duplicate the indenting and the comment language there, so that I can add another comment explaining what also has to happen here. And yeah, there's any number of pure tones I can use for this. After all, it needs to be able to behave itself on synthetic tones with a great deal of sonority. So thankfully, that Novation Summit thing that I'm doing before it starts getting messy, because it gets messy in a way that is actually also Yamaha CS80-like. But before it does that, it's a very pure, clean sound. So I'll be able to tell whether there's too much grunge going in there. First thing, let's see if we can do this edit. I could do with adding another return there. If I copy that and paste it at the end, I have my additional return. So, next thing is to update my other things, which are in a folder called Locations. And yes, there are that many new reverbs that I can develop. They're just not done. So having done this, we now get to play with this situation a little bit and figure out what to do about our wind R factor. Because that's interfering. In fact, I can probably loop this. So this should be sonorous, but also have a little bit of that texture in it. Let's exaggerate the texture so that we can hear what it's doing, and then adjust timer R. More will be seemingly higher wind, is the way that it was kind of working out, and less would be stiller, less high wind. So I kind of hear the wind in there. Yeah, larger is working better here. Larger is giving me a kind of depth and size that is more consistent with the effect that I'm trying to get. Smaller is giving a sort of grindy quality where there is just a hiss or scrape to it, which needs not to be there. So it's probably going to be a factor of not as much of it, but that timer R needs to be a larger value, which makes sense. Like if I'm doing a Cyber City that's supposed to sound and feel like Blade Runner, you're going to expect to have those giant explosions going off in the distance, and it's probably going to sound and feel like there is a bunch of high wind blowing through things. Let's see what we get. Also, it's going to affect the sound of that sustain differently in different ways. I can have it turned with the regen all the way up just to maximize whatever it is. Turn the regen down and that will immediately become more well-behaved. Surge XT uses a few Airwindows patches. It's got a few of the plugins. They're not really done the way that I would do them, and they're built into the effects matrix. So they have access to whichever they wanted. They selected a few of them, and probably when there's a new version of Surge XT, they'll select a few more. We shall see. Seven. I'm kind of liking that. I don't think it should go too high, but it definitely needs to be higher than it was at the start. Because what's happening is rather than getting this sort of scrapey sound, I'm getting additional qualities out of there, like they're showing up. Like a sort of vocal roaring or howling in there. Seems about right. And if we use much less of it, it won't be as obvious. Actually, I think I just hit timer L by mistake. What was timer L supposed to be when it was at home? What's my default? I can look it up in the source code, then I can find out. Parameter E. Yeah, it was supposed to be 13. I moved that one by mistake. Wrong thing. That one wants to be there. And this is the one that becomes smaller. So I'm getting a certain amount of the interference with the cleanness and sonority of these sounds. Because without any of that, it sounds too bland. See, we need that added to it to make it huge, but too much gets messy. And again, it won't always have this much regen, but it shows me how hard it can go in that instance. I should check to see whether Yeah, so that's too much, but I can always turn it back down. And then continue to play it. Alrighty then. How about we throw our setting at a different kind of synth. If this works on all my sounds, we'll use this. Let's pull it back the smallest amount. So I know what the texture of this sounds like dry. Here's my dry. Here's what our wet is doing at its least sustaining. And here's how the noise builds up. Or better. But we can cool off a little bit of that grunge and maybe slightly more darken. There will be plugins that work better for your purposes. I'm designing this one after mine. We gotta have the wind blowing through the streets. Otherwise, I just got this. Try. See, to not get as much noise and wind blowing through the streets, you just have to pull regen back down. That's how that's handled. Neat. So we'll get right back to that soon enough. How about a Proteus B3? These are good for this particular thing to test. We'll return to exactly default settings. Back the tiniest amount. This should end up pretty freaky. And we're done with it. And then a more normal setting, because Cyber City is set up so that its median value is super duper reverb drowning. This is still a fairly large amount of reverb, but less regen cleans up the feel of space in there. All strings. Probably harder to hear on this. Ready? Full on? Full reverb? Seems pretty legit. How about something very different? Pipe a Fender Rhodes in there to really hear what it's doing tonally. I think that's the right texture for this. Well, I mean, understand, Erwin. Regen is your friend there. You can turn regen right down. See, as regen goes up, that's when you start feeling the wind in the room. But it kind of forms with the tone that you're starting with. And let's see, other examples. I can go back to the Novation Summit too for this. Oh, this is not about tempos. This is the Blade Runner reverb. It's all about vibe. Tempo has nothing to do with this one. So here's dry. Here's verb. And then I can go back to the Summit, which has my clean sonorous tones without really any noise on them at all. And it should produce just the right amount for the amount of regeneration I have in there. I figured out what this reminds me of. The way it interacts with the regeneration is similar to what I was trying to do with discontinuity. Probably step it back the tiniest amount. I mean, always remember the microphone is pointed away from the speakers for you. But some of that will come across. You're hearing it bouncing off of my face. That's the only way you get to hear it. And of course, anytime we want to back off the mist, just back off the overwhelming amount of regeneration. Less overwhelming regeneration, and it behaves itself real good. all the little details are coming out pretty good. Full crank. So I think that's my setting, except for I'm going to have to dial in noise L and timer L. And we're going to go about doing that by taking a different sound and using silent areas, and then normalizing it way up. And I'll be able to tell how loud or quiet the background noise is, because there is that, but it's down where you don't really notice it most of the time. That said, some of this stuff I have got sorted out now, so maybe this is time for me to jump in and get this stuff sorted. Ooh, but I haven't done noise and timer yet, have I? Well, wind and timer and darken and online I do have, so might as well go and do those. I'll sort the rest of those out in a minute. Don't have to do all the math just yet. 7 and 0.21. And now that I'm on about all of that, that's correct, yes? Yes, 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 and yes. The bit that remains could probably be done using what I don't have available in this menu just yet, because I have to click on it on the desktop. That'll get me there. So if we do this, we can make it regenerate completely. But then the rest of this stuff is literally quietness and silence, meaning our noise floor is hovering about 70 dB down at that setting. We can make it start building up, but we can only hear what it's doing by normalizing it. And I'm going to want to figure out what I want timer L to be, so this is actually not something I can hear directly like this. But we can cheat a bit and make it so we can hear it directly like this. And I bet you know how. And I can't say it aloud on the stream. I call it shifting of bits game. So that shows me how loud it ends up being. We've got it cranked up all the way. And now this is what it sounds like. Not that it's very loud right now. So if I silence that, then it'll just go away again. And if I crank it up all the way, then I get to have a audible version of this, which I can then fool with timer L to get different tonalities. And I'm going to want to pick the ideal tonality for it, and then we'll figure out what basic volume level we're going to want it to be. Higher frequencies. There we go. Play it really loud so we can hear what the noise floor of this reverb will feel like. That's about as much as I want to boost. So using this technique, one of the things I'm able to do is bring in like Blade Runner rumbling subsonics if I want to. Just sort of pull back the high frequencies, but allow a giant rumbly quality in there. That said, I don't know if I want to go quite this hard with it. This is what the sound will fall back to, down around 80, 90 dB down. And only when regen is this high. Otherwise, it'll quiet right down like this. So let's step backwards until it no longer has the thunderiness in there. You probably do get to hear the bass. It's coming over the subwoofers. Yeah, some of the size went away. Yeah, now it doesn't sound like an open space anymore. Now it sounds like a big room. The whole purpose of this is to be able to make the sonic cues so that you can tell whether you're outdoors in the rain or whether you are indoors in a giant concert hall or indeed a smaller room. Because some of the smaller settings here should give a sense of being in a room. Well, have a good time, Brendan. The Foley for animations. Yeah, are you the one who talked about how it was helping you out? I'm glad it is. We should be able to use BezEQ on the output of something like this to produce really specific vibes. Will do, Brennan. Thanks for dropping by. And how do we do when regen dials back just a bit? Fair enough, fair enough. Yep. Somebody was specifically talking about how BezEQ3 worked for field recordings for them. So, yeah, I guess between you and that other person, you've spotted a very handy factor where you can do good things with that. I think I'm going to want 19. I do believe it's going to be 19 I want. So here's our basic city ambience. It's being brought in with regen. So we got to have a little regen to have any of it. Ooh, that is possible, Aurora Dreamweaver. That is possible. Maybe that'll do the job. And now we study what the RMS meter has to say. And that's probably going to get me the correct answer. Going to want it to be louder than that, thank you. But probably a tiny bit quieter than this. I'm thinking maybe about 80 dB down at a neutral setting, which this is. Ah, there we go. Meaning, we'll pull it back just a hair from there. Okay. And the poor computer is working hard for doing this. It is struggling. And then if you have full regen, if we were running sound through this, it would be very loud. But this is as full of background noise as the city is able to get, which seems to be about 70 dB down, which feels about right. And of course, see, I'm going by that little RMS meter. I can't hear it, but the shifting of bit gain will show me whether I've got that audible or not. And then if we use way less regen, we're going to quickly see that the amplitude of the background noise will quickly become not problematic at all. In fact, we're hovering around the least significant bits of a CD, which I think is appropriate. If you want to literally have noise in there, you can always put noise on a track and feed that in. That'll do the same thing. But yeah, you could do Cyber City and do an entire thing, and if you had a CD and blasted it until you could hear the least significant bit, the least significant bit becomes a street environment rather than bzzz. So that seems good. I do believe I have this voiced in pretty much the way it needs to be. Time to make these last couple of settings. So timer L19 and noise L 0.345. $19. Alrighty. Now all of these have been given their appropriate settings, and I can boil it down to regen, position, and dry wet. Although there was one thing I wanted to do first. I want to go and check K Rockstar against some of those continuing noises. I want to see what it does. Because I've gone all the way through, but I can always go and do it again. This one's basically ready to drop at any point, but honestly, the new one's probably going to come first. but I want to hear how that one behaves at super regen. No, that's very reasonable. I must have discovered this already at the time that I did it because I cleaned it right up. This does not have a bunch of noise roaring in the sustains. We're good. Don't need it fixed. That one's going to be fine. See, this guy is a much more normal hall reverb, so it's not attempting to be infinite size. Let's build the new one and then do a little A/B. So from D on down, we've come up with our answers and no longer need these. Here's your settings. Cyber City. Maybe Cyber City should come before Rockstar, you think? It's not quite as good for demoing some of the improvements as Rockstar is. Oh man, I'm going to be so hungry for my tacos by the time I'm finished. I have not been eating properly, but such is life sometimes. It will make the tacos all the more delicious. I'm just going to have to be careful as to how quickly I eat those tacos because, again, now I'm using the cheaper soft taco shells, which are not only cheaper, they're also better, but I have the tendency of biting the inside of my mouth sometimes if I put too much in them and try to fold them over and they're too big. Although I'm probably not going to have a problem with that because I've also cut down the amount of ground round that I put in there. Ground chuck, actually. It all balances out, I guess. You know, I'm hovering around 170 pounds. The doctor's going to be very happy with me because I'm doing this whole, like, I beg of you, stop eating so many carbs, as in she doesn't want me to ever eat rice. For the purpose of not going into pre-diabetes as you get old. And it's like I'm successfully making that go in reverse and having less pre-diabetes than I did before. But it's done by the process of not getting to eat as much food. So, whatever. But I really appreciate not having to spend as much on food. So there's that. So noise L, 0.345 times 0.25. Hey. Boom. Got there. .21 times 0. 0.000021. Up. 21. That should be. There we go. Got there. Don't know quite what I'm doing with these, but it's fine. I guess we're not using those. We're using the exact numbers rather than the approximations. $19 for my big noisy roars of wind, and 7 for that one. And I put my calculator away a little bit too soon because I've got 2 more to do. Could have guessed that one. Boom. Got there. And let's see. More magic numbers in there, but yep. Alrighty, that's exciting. Now we have 2 reverbs coming up, and one of them, the algorithm, I only generated just over the last weekend. It's very recent. And it's this one. So we put this right up here because this is now done, ready to greet the public. All those in the public who are fond of like cyberpunk sci-fi Vangelis. And the funny thing is it does not in any way emulate a vintage digital reverb. No attempt is made. No attempt is made to do any form of lexicon or anything else. And it totally doesn't matter because it'll get the sound. Excuse me. Fair enough for our Dreamweaver. I guess you always got to go by like what is right for you, I guess. Anyways, check it out. 0.5. And now we get to go into Cyber City. And set it to neutral sounds as well. And now we get to hear a little bit of our Novation Summit sound first. And I don't know, you tell me which of these do you want to see first. I do also have a Dynamics plugin coming out, which needs to come out pretty soon. But the Rockstar Hall reverb is very pure and clean. It's a hall sound. Dry hall. So the reason this is called Rockstar is it's one of the first ones that I generated that was kind of ultra super flat, lacking in weird resonant qualities. So it's a little bland, it's a little more vanilla. But that makes it perform like a Rockstar if you're looking for something that is just a very correct reverb. Like you can hear it going on like this. And this is it at full wet. And this is it at full wet and full regen. So yeah, Rockstar in terms of hall reverb that is incredibly well behaved, or Cyber City, the vibey one. Full reverb again. And we could always go back to our demo. So again, if you were here, I will ask you which of these do you want first. Maybe as soon as this weekend, unless I get too hung up on doing the next compressor or whatever. So here is drums. Rockstar and drums. Or Cyber City on drums. Ooh, fight breaks out in the comments. Mendeley wants Rockstar, Aaron wants Cyber City. And then just for funsies, let's throw that sweep at both of them as well. This sweep. Rockstar. Set it back to default. So there's Rockstar. Cyber City. Well, you'll get them all, just not all at the same time. So again, then here's CyberCity. And then after it goes through another dry, here is Rockstar doing the sweep. I can crank up its regen to show you what that one's like. It's not going to be the same as CyberCity because they're very different. Whereas if you crank up the regen on CyberCity, it becomes thoroughly ridiculous. And will just sustain forever. Oh, we want them all also at the same time. Oh no. Hey, Grunts. We did this. Yes, it is. Technically, there's two. I'm having people pick between them. Kinda. The way that's working is Mendeley wants Rockstar first. Aaron and Aurora want CyberCity first. You want to hear both of them? I'll put them to default. So the deal there is Rockstar is already built, so all I have to do is put it out. CyberCity, I do have to make the VST version, but I could do it. And Rockstar is a cleaner sort of hall verb. It's not too overwhelming. And a sweep on it sounds like this. So it's sort of very convincing and realistic. The reason I call it Rockstar verb is it is a lot cleaner and less weirdly colored than anything else I've ever made. And that includes this other one. This one's called K CyberCity, and it was designed because the reverb impulse reminded me of like Blade Runner. And it can throw a really cool vibe. And its default setting sounds like this. So yeah, so Grens, if you are strongly in favor of the short, natural, useful one, then folks are split, and I'm going to need to have somebody else come up with an opinion. On the other hand, if you are strongly in favor of the Blade Runner style one, then I'll be nice and try to come up with, concurrent viewers 11. So, yeah, because it's leaning in the direction of the Blade Runner one, but Rockstar will go over really well. It's just not a replacement for the Blade Runner. They're two separate ones. And yeah, a few other folks have other opinions. And this is, I guess if I'm saying it like this, then I'm pretty much promising to put one of them out this coming weekend. I'd like to. I'm doing all this work on the reverbs. I have so many more of them that I could do. And it seems like that would be fun. One of the advantages I have with... Do I even have that here? Do I even have this test sound here? I do. Okay, so check this out. Short one does indeed have regen 2. So with this one of the things I can do is demo the way that the position can change. See, I've got a walking sound, foot sounds, back wall, walking right up to you. And then back into the distance again. Now I can also do that with CyberCity. It's containing the same code. So let's see what that one does now. And then walking back out of the distance. Well, let's listen to the weird regen. The full regen. Up close and back into the depths again. Actually, I could probably demo this, just set it 0.5. See, because just 0.5, 0.5. That goes from literally footsteps at the back wall to obviously way in front, like right up front. So there's a certain amount of dry wet that you do, but not all that much really. And the point there is that all of the reverbs from now going forwards let you move position on the fly without crackling noises. Again, I can load up Rockstar again. You can do regen on Rockstar. So upfront sound. Back wall. Alrighty, so we're all tied up again. I know. I'll take off the footsteps and come up with other things. And Tell me a kind of sound that you'd like to hear both of these reverbs in. That's what we're doing right now, is fooling with the reverbs. I've got two of them. Cyber City it'll be possible for me to have that one by this coming weekend. So tell me another sound, maybe one of these off of synth tones. No. Like, for instance, a Fender Rhodes. Or indeed something else. Doesn't have to be these keyboard sounds. These are sort of the sustainy sounds. Drums. Okay, we got that in Test for Echo. Or indeed. So this is probably something where Rockstar will start showing its quality. So maybe I'll be winning people over to that. Let's find out. Here we've got this. This is a beat. So if you did this using Cyber City, let's assume we want to have it be a reasonable thing rather than an infinite sustain. The shortest decay Cyber City can do is basically like a gated reverb. So Grens, listen to this. How does this suit you? It definitely wants to pretend it's a gated reverb. Position lets you tune some of its sounds in. Oh yeah, I mean, that's what it does. That's what it is for. So yeah, that is Cyber City on drums dialed back until it's not just a wash of noise. By contrast, Rockstar on drums position lets you dial it back until it's a little tighter. And then position is positioning in the room. And again, we can still move it on the fly. Position now does not make crackly noises. And that's about as gatey as you can get Rockstar to sound. You take all the regen away and have maximum pre-delay, and that's as close as it'll get to a gatey sound. I have seen the new Bastel Kalimba. I follow their channel, so I saw what they did when they come out. Seems cool. I'm not wildly impressed by it, but it seems like a neat little thing. Again, I am a big fan of Bastel Castles. The Kalimba is not a Bastel Castle. It is a more complicated chip. Yeah, so there's Rockstar again on drums. Back wall. Oh, wait, check it out. You can pull it just away from the back wall and get into an interesting zone. It's a nice sort of high frequency ring on the snare there. Ooh. That brought out a characteristic in the snare. So listen to what happens to this snare on this one. I'll even turn it up a little bit. And you don't have to keep turning regen up. I mean, you can, but that's not really a normal room sound. You just dial it in as you see fit. Oh no, Phil Collins would be the other one. And you get to have different kits with every setting. It's like the thing of where people are moving a drum kit around in a room because every little setting is different and they're looking for that one perfect spot. Into the Matrix did indeed deliver this. The most recent work I did on it was kind of what did the lion's share of the work. Wow, now I get to fool with the kick tone. Each time I get a new kick tone. That's pretty cool. So yeah, those that are here, are you swayed by Granz's advocacy for K-Rockstar? Or are you still mad for the sci-fi city? Ist so schlimm. Well, if you'd like, I'll play yet another sound through these. Seems to be what we're doing today. I mean, I'm swayed by Grenz because Grenz is such a long-time stream viewer But other people here are also longtime stream viewers, so we shouldn't just rule it out like that. Any requests for additional noises to hear through these two reverbs? Again, we got K Rockstar and K Cyber City. Very different. Oh yeah, let's do more demos. Call them out. What kind of sound would you like? I got a bunch of different sounds that we can run into these two reverbs. Although, I mean, one thing that's helpful, seeing as you don't actually get a DI out of it, sustaining chords, how about? I've got that in short for echo. This kind of thing. That kind of thing, but in deep reverb. Turn the speakers back down. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, Rockstar is real good for what it does. This is what it does. Rockstar was specifically designed around sounds like that, so it shows up well on guitar. Cyber City, on the other hand, is an experience rather than a well-behaved reverb that sits in the background. Cyber City is this. And that's not even on full regen. So, electric guitar, want to hear the first one again? Go back and forth. Yuri, yes. Yes, it would be. Basically, if you manipulate bass frequencies, you should be able to find a bass frequency that works. At least one hopes. If it's doing anything, it's because you're manipulating the controls rather than if they're flat, nothing like that will happen. The frequencies are never built into the sound. They are a factor of how much you manipulate the sound. And yes, it is a peculiar Bezier filter's behavior. If you can find settings that don't have as many of the prominent ringy harmonics, you might be finding a better setting. Oh, or if you want the guitar, we can throw on Alien Kittens with a bunch of space. Want to hear what it sounds like when a full frequency sound hits these two things? There'd be a little pause. So here's Rockstar with my Alien Kitten stuff. It's part of my demos. So it's very plausible. It's a very realistic kind of sound. And the hall space of it so that one does a very nice job at being plausible and consistent. On the other hand, Cyber City takes you to a place. Oh no, behind a old warehouse. We're like far away from the warehouse at this stage. Hey, you want the warehouse? There is a warehouse far away in the city now. That's actually too much reverb. Let's dial it back. So how's that? Am I winning you over, Grunts? And remembering we can fool with position on any of these as well. Works just as well on this. Slightly less rainy. More regen makes it sound more like it's rainy. And slightly more dry makes it sound slightly more realistic. We do get that warehousey kind of thing going on. And again, Cyber City's party trick. Its party trick is this. The sweep. So yeah. Okay, let me pitch an idea then. How about we do for the sound design and for the coming out with the splash and doing something spectacular, Cyber City, because this will be the first of any plugin to have both the position that can be freely modified and also the one that has these noises built in so that there is actually atmosphere in the deep reverb tails. Like none of the previous reverbs had that, so they were all a little bit relatively dead compared to what we have here. Like I can select something like this. Go to our default. And you get to have a sort of reverb tail thing going on. Much like this. Or indeed all wet. But if we do the same thing, oh, actually I have to close that in order to get this to work. Let me see. If we do the same thing in another reasonably recent large size verb that has actually come out, so I have to pick one that has actually come out. Some of these I apparently have built one and it has not come out. How about the plate 140? And let's set default. So what we have here, it's completely fine. But there is a sort of similarity and consistency to the way the tail goes. There's no atmosphere in there. It's just an accurate computer model. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a perfectly fine reverb from probably a couple years ago. But then we get the new one. And there's a little more atmosphere. The snare is not the best way to show that, to be perfectly honest. Because the manipulations I'm doing to regen and the noise that I'm feeding into it not only produces like a background atmosphere reverb noise at about 80 dB down, but also it's modifying, like I can do that same demonstration, not with that, but with this. So that's plate 140 set to super reverb. It's actually a pretty good reference for what the Vangelis sound would be doing. Whereas Cyber City, there's an additional texture in there which is deepening and coloring things. Again, back to the cleaner and more well-behaved K-plate. Feels kind of more like a plugin. Then back to Cyber City. We can even hype it up. But if we cut regen back, so the funny thing that manipulation did is not so much lo-fi, but I wonder if I have a Guitar Hall. Because back when I did Guitar Hall, I was specifically trying. I'll go for the most recent Guitar Hall, see where that gets me. With these, I was literally putting in discontinuity factors. Ah, yeah, see, you can plainly hear that. You can hear the discontinuity algorithm kicking in. The difference is that's not doing as good of a job of it as CyberCity is. Again, a little quick 3, 2, 1. If we do K-Plate 140, K-Plate 140 is not attempting to do loudness in the background. So that, way cleaner. K-Plate 140 was actively trying to do a thing which works on some sounds and not on others. And this is a sound that heightens whenever it's not working perfectly. So K-Guitar Hall 2 gives you this. And that's discontinuity. On the reverb regeneration. And then we go to CyberCity. See what I mean? It's basically trying over years to get a particular quality of just the way that loud air in a space saturates and kind of crackles and stuff. And this is far from the first time I've tried to do it, but I think this is working better than any previous kind. For that matter, we might as well also investigate Rockstar. Throw a bunch of regen is going to heighten this effect. Hear what I'm talking about? Like the thing that I was trying to do in K-Guitar Hall. And you can hear it attempting to be done. On some sounds, this sounds awesome. On such a pure and sonorous synthesizer sound, this brings out the worst in it. But it does give you that quality of just the air ringing. But then if we go to something like Rockstar, there's that same effect, but it's way more convincing this time. Very neat. So I guess the final answer there is people would be delighted to have either of these new reverbs, which I suppose I shouldn't be surprised about. And I'll figure it out. One thing about it, if I stopped and did nothing but eat tacos for the rest of the week, I'd still be able to give you K-Rockstar this weekend. So there's that. Thing about it is if I give K-CyberCity, all I'd have to do is build a bunch of VSTs, and I have all week to do that. I could go through and do the Purist console, and I'm not nearly ready to do console X3, so I need to spend a little more time today fooling with that. But going through and doing some of that work would mean that I could drop CyberCity as a special effect that would presumably really impress people, because it's a special purpose thing, but it's that kind of special purpose thing where it's the sound. Like it's 100%. If you're doing that Vangelis freaky cyberspace background kind of stuff, it is the sound. And it's throwing that slight dirt in there in a way that nothing previously has done. And I just went to great lengths to demonstrate how in K-Guitar Hall I was literally trying to cause that effect. But it's way better than it was in K-Guitar Hall was. And then I'd be able to follow that with K-Rockstar along the lines of, hey, if you liked that, but it's too exaggerated and it's too extreme and it's too much of a special effect, here you go. It's a thought. And I have all of these for when people want to do a smaller room type thing. Follows all the same rules. We got all of these other options. Oh, you were going to give me some slack? Sometimes I'm good at slack. Sometimes I'm just going too hard. If we're going to be playing around with stuff, then you can look over this list and think of what you would like to see going forward. Because we can follow up with all of these different things, or any variation of them. They're all different kinds of stuff. Like if you thought that Cyber City was warehouse-like, well, K-Warehouse is more like the inside of a warehouse rather than the rainy streets outside. And we've got a bunch of small ones like bedroom and boardroom and basement and barn and abbey chamber, all of which are very specifically doing other styles of atmosphere. Oh no, I went really hard. There was a point where I was going through and picking out the particular algorithms that gave me this was a whole process of going through and where these came from. Was me going through all of these, first going through and giving every single one of these colored markings. And this is the density. This is how loud it is, RMS relative to peak. See, I had to go through and do all of these individually. And then I would go through and do all of these like this. And in Vox and go span, move this stuff around so you can see it. Does this. And then what I do is measure how much of a departure there is on this sort of shape there. In fact, I can even show you one that came to all of our attention. See how these are, I've got a code letter for how big of a departure each of those are. Like for instance, here we've got a bell chamber and stone room. Stone room is fun if you like small rooms. That is the one where I'm going to push the nonlinearity really, really hard, and it's going to be one of your Phil Collins sounds. That's in this list as well. See, just after Sound City. But these are all how big of a departure there is in the overall frequency space. Completely separate from, on the one hand, how big it is, like how incompressible it is. And on the other hand, these little markings here, which say how much RMS versus peak it is. And we scroll all the way from down here. I went and did all of these individually. All the way down to like W. Oh my God, W. What on earth was W? Let's find out. So this is literally the worst measurement I have for any of these. So that's a big peak at about 1.5K and an enormous dip around 2.5K. Also a giant dip around 1K with peaks around it. So this is a very unrealistic kind of sound. You would expect a sound like this out of the 4x4 matrices. And then we see K Station doesn't perform all that well. K, boardroom or bedroom don't perform all that well. They just sounded like something specific. And then we scroll all the way up through all of these that I managed and measured all by my little self, both with the color thing about RMS over peak and this measurement that I've just taken to doing, all the way up past through all of these. Some of them are picked because they are unusually large for their reverb size. They're less compressible. All the way up here, here's K Sunset Chamber, Monastery, Cans Deluxe. Weirdly, Cans Deluxe is not the flattest, but it just sounded like being in a control room. All these funny things, on and on. I had to go and evaluate literally all of these, right? And on we go. There's Abbey Chamber. There's one called K Emotive. It's a very different style of generation, but it produced a sort of atmosphere space. It's like one of those little tiny lexicon algorithms. Here's Engine Room, Dry Room. Hitsville was the closest I could find to acting like Motown. Some of these are designed to go into packages that mimic particular recording studios. All the way up. Cyber City was a B. Sound City is also B. Rockstar is C. But it got my attention by just how flat it would act. So here's Rockstar. Compared to that other one, look at how flat that is. Also, it's a real gentle curve rolling slowly off into the bass, pulling out 500 and so on, just a little bit. It's not a very sharp divergence through here. It's hovering around being mostly flat. There's a few variations around 2K. And then as it goes up into the highs, it flattens out even more and then starts falling off as it gets to 10K. I consider this to be a pretty much hypothetically perfect rock and roll hall space kind of thing. The way that it handles all that stuff is extremely impressive. Although the funny thing about it is we've got stuff like Cyber City here. That one's even flatter, but largely because it's so huge. Because it has so much reverb to it, it averages out to be very flat, but it's got a little more of a lift to the lows, which is why it sounds like a giant sci-fi city. It's got that deep rumble going on. And then for a much smaller one, we've got a Sound City showed up as a B. And again, that is comparably flat. It's all kind of guesstimation. It's got a little more attitude going on in the highs. But notice how it's even flatter in the mid-range into low mids, rather than having weird bumps and peaks and things. And so I went through all of these by hand and measured and labeled every single one of them, which was how I got these. So you may well say, geez, how many you got, and that's fair, but look at how many I had to go through to get there. And yeah, it's many different runs, many different calculations, specific things that just jumped out at one point or another. Like this one was, oh my God, this sounds like a cedar room for some reason. And it just really jumped. Or Bell Chamber sounded like a weirdly shaped room. Like a sort of prism-shaped attic-like place. And Atrium sounded like open to the air. And Barn sounded like wooden panels, much like I already have woodroom. And yeah, that's how we get to all of those things. So that's how I got all of those reverbs. And we're going to step into that world with Cyber City or Rockstar or both. Not both at once, but those are going to get to come out soon. And yeah, I might just want to go with Cyber City because I've been dropping all of this stuff. And Cyber City leans in to the thing I'm doing with breaking up the background in the same way that Guitar Hall did back in the day. And you heard it on the synthesizer, how like some kinds of sounds, it sounds rowdy and loud, and you get some of that quality of like, wow, the air is breaking up. But with the wrong kind of sound, it sounds atrocious. But Cyber City leans into doing that same kind of thing. Yeah. And then I can follow it up with Rockstar anytime anybody wants a much cleaner, well-behaved one, because that has some of the same qualities. The part that I'm excited about with the locations, and here's hoping I live long enough to do all of those things and everything else that's coming out. But that's why I'm directing you to request particular ones. In fact, I'll flag them. I will put a color marker on any of these that you were super excited about wanting to see. So I'll leave that up for a bit. Those of you that are here, I've got 12 concurrent viewers. Here's one of the special bonuses from if you're on stream. Is I'll mark one of these for you, and then it can follow up these other ones. Because it's going to be one or the other. It'll be a factor of what people want and need. People have been asking for little short ones, but there's a whole bunch of different flavors in there. And yeah, to do any of these, it has to follow the same process that I followed today with Cyber City, which I think came out really well. I'm quite happy with that. But I have to voice all of these mechanisms that are part of it in order to most appropriately, like it has to put across that breakup of the air at distance and regeneration. It has to have the right tonal quality for those, which is going to be different for different ones. Cyber City was unusual in that both the breakup sound and also the sound of the background noise were both unusually deep and big, which I think is one of the reasons why it will be impressive to people. People will be like, oh my God, what the heck is this? Whereas I could do the same thing with like K-Bedroom, but it would be much more subtle for all of those qualities. And it would be much more like the breakup sound would be way higher in frequency. It wouldn't be going, and the breakup sound is the way that the regeneration wavers as it goes. That's what's causing that effect. It's only in the regen. So you crank the regen and you start expanding that quality out, or you dial regen back because everything's a little bit too much. It will also rein that quality in. And then, yeah, as everything falls back to silence with these, rather than have silence, you have the sound of the space. And it's at about 80 dB down, so you don't really hear it. But it's an important factor for accurately reproducing what an actual space sounds like. And if you wanted to fake it, you could either boost up the regeneration some more or run a sound into it. You can always run a noise of some kind into it. You could crank the regeneration up all the way, grab the output, run it along the length of your track, normalize that, and then feed that back into it with the regen turned way down. And that would give you a much louder, like, room tone. But one that you could use and control. So I'll have to tell people about that. And hey, Arlo, I should try chickpeas and mustard sometime. One of the things that I got at the store was I randomly picked up like cheap hot dogs, because on Sunday I've taken to just having pea soup, which is kind of like chickpeas and mustard. But when I make pea soup, what I do is take a little bit of curry powder and cook that in some oil, and then have a little bit of chicken stock, not entirely, but a little bit of chicken stock with water, and make this sort of very rich and flavorful pea soup. But I decided if I am just only having that for that and one egg omelet for the day, and it's not enough, I'll have those hot dogs kicking around, and I can roll up a hot dog after having like fried it in the thing. I can roll up a hot dog on one of the tortillas for the tacos, and bada boom. So that's a nice way to, like, if I'm feeling really hungry that day, I can attend to it and it doesn't cost too much. And yeah, so I am going to close this window and get back to my work. Because here's the thing. We're pretty up to speed with being able to do this. Here's the new BezEQ. We've decided not to include the high band from Kelman, but I'm going to do a mastering 3 that includes that. In fact, I could copy it over from, yeah, I could copy this over. That's what I could do. That's a reasonable suggestion. No, wait, I wouldn't be copying it from here. I'd be copying it from BezEQ 2. BezEQ 2 is the one that has the delays to make it line up very perfectly. What I'd need to do is copy the way that this one is a stepped filter into BezEQ 2 and then use that for mastering. And then that would be sort of the upgrade from BezEQ 2, but it would be part of mastering, and mastering would come out as its own thing. But yeah, there is another thing on my mind. And I will find it in this recently done plugin. See, I have got a thing called Bezier. This is Bezier control smoothing. And it was really cool. I'm amazed at how well this works. And so I'm building it into Console X3 now, which might slow down some of its ability to snap to different settings, but I think we're probably going to be fine with it. Because it can jump very quick, and it might be worth me coming up with ways of handling it if the control isn't set on startup. Is it could just immediately snap to whatever the startup setting would be. That would probably have to be a part of Purist Console 4 channel. So when I'm talking about that, here's what I mean. All of our Bezier settings are starting at 0.0. Where the settings for the controls are actually 0.5. So I'm pretty sure what's going to happen if we do this is that it will go whoop up to the 0.5. So if your first sample in a mix done with this was audio, it would not be registering because it would start at 0 and then Bezier swoop up to, especially if smooth was very slow, it would start up and go, oh, we're at silence. Now we're going up to wherever it was we left off. So that is something that could be worth maybe a little bit of attention. Like some of this stuff. So gain L out, gain R out. Bezier cycle and Bezier total. We're setting all of these to 0, except for we're not setting Bezier total because that's just our counter. When I say our counter, what I mean is we go from 0 to less than Bezier total. Every time this condition is true, we set the thing to 0. And we don't set the one that is at Bezier total to 0 because it's just the counter. We just count up to that point. But we could be telling them all to be like -1 or something. And how we apply that stuff, the control smoothing engine here, everything that we do that's actually difficult or complicated gets to happen only here. Meaning, if we have a setup where it's starting up and it's doing like a direct form 1 biquad filter, so you have to do all this fancy stuff, we now can do that only every time the smoothing filter updates. We don't have to do it on startup, so we're no longer bogging down at the beginning of each buffer. So that'll clean that up a lot. Look, we get to feed pan and fader into the smoothing filter just as 0 to 1 values. So if we have them be very, very responsive, and it's amazing what you can get away with this. In fact, I could even demonstrate some of that by opening up one of my folders here, one of my things. How about this one? And playing a noise that is loud and also continuous, and firing up this, which will saturate it slightly. And let's go, I guess I can't find it too easily. It's purest elemental P, purest console 4. So here's what we're building in. Seems instant, right? But if we have smooth very slow, we got built-in fades. And you can make it fade very, very slow, or kind of a lot faster. And at the fastest, it is almost like just snapping to the volume. But it's not. It's still control smoothed. So we don't get any zipper noise. And then at the normal setting, even more immune to zipper noise. You're making small motions, then it's smoothing even harder and really stopping there from being any hint of zipper noise anywhere. So it's good for manual fades. Or you can go for extremely, extremely smooth. And everything's going to be so incredibly legato that you could be doing an ambient track in which you just had like sine waves or something, and it would seamlessly fade the sine waves in and out. And it's also going to apply to the pan, and it's also going to apply to all of the controls that are not stepped in Console X3. So that's the new hotness in control smoothing. As far as I know, everybody who does control smoothing just either linear fades or maybe something slightly fancier from the beginning of a buffer to the end. And that is super normal to do and very common. And some of my plugins do not control smooth, and so I've gotten my criticisms for that. But now I've got something where it gets to over control smooth and really address the quality DAWs have of making all of the shiftings of levels feel mechanical and broken up. This is the sort of thing that I honestly really should have on stuff like the Toro and Susan. But there may come a day when I update those, do a Toro 2, a Susan 2, and just add this. The thing, it also requires that I have a smooth control, because the smooth control is what tells you whether it's going to be incredibly, incredibly forgiving and suppress stuff, or whether it's going to allow it to seemingly snap from one place to another quite rapidly. And all of that is probably still not as constant as buffer. It's all running a little slower than buffer updates. So this should be, I should be able to not even be getting zipper noise in Reaper doing this. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that a lot. And here's the code that does it. There's the overall Bezier control smoothing system. So we're going to put this into all the Console X3s now. It's pretty straightforward. It uses its own enum. The enum that it uses gets updated with this little chunk of stuff for every single thing that's going to end up being smoothed. Whether that be for these, the pan and the fader combine into a left and right. It uses a sine function to do that. But guess what? We do this and we don't have to run the sine function every time. We only have to run the sine function every time the control updates. And then also Console X3 Bus. You see we have a low pass, we have a high pass. It's not going to use freak A and B. That is the control smoothing stuff. Instead, it'll just have a L freak, and it'll be Bezier L freak A, B, and C and out, etc. And this doesn't have that, but again, pan and in trim, we've got that covered with this new way of going about it. So that's all going to get replaced. The cab's positions will be handled in this way. I am unsure as to whether I'm going to need to do Dynamics' controls this way, but maybe. And then the Bez EQ, which is 3 crossovers. The crossovers will not get smoothed because the crossovers are stepped, but the individual gains all will get smoothed. So if you're dialing in a intensity of the highs or something like that, or indeed automating it, that will be Bezier smoothed in amplitude because those are just gain levels, much like the pan and the fader, all of which can be Bezier smoothed going in. And it'll all run more efficiently than doing it with every single, because the neat thing about it is, like, if you know you don't need to suddenly have levels snapping around like crazy, you can have it at median or even slower Bezier updates, which are almost certainly going to update slower than your buffer size, especially if you're tracking and your buffers are as small as you can make them because you want them to act like analog recording or something. You'll have your buffers as small as possible, and you will have your okay, bear with me. You'll have your buffer as small as possible for lowest latency, so you can track into the system. And if you have the control smoothing, the Bezier smoothing being real smooth, it will only hit that more rare. Like, so here's the thing. Let me go back to this. Where normally in the beginning of the buffer, we've got this stuff happening. And this is where we do all of the calculating, like, gain equals fader times 2, and then the pan uses a sine function, so you got to do the gain is times sine m pi 2 minus pan times m pi 2, or gain is sine. And of course, pan is, I've got that in there somewhere. Okay, so gain is times this. Oh, no, pan times m pi 2 is like literally right in there, because I need to multiply it by m pi 2 in order to bring it back down to 0 to 1, because it's using that sine factor to assign the pan. So we're basically doing two sine functions just to get one panned position. But if you have it being very control smoothed, it's only doing that once every, like, 5,000 samples. But your buffer might be very small, like you're trying to do a 128 sample buffer. That means that you're just reassigning pan and fader by getting it straight out of the parameter each time. Technically, I could just load it in here as well. Might be a good idea. But rather than, at the beginning of the buffer, doing that expensive calculating, you get to just skip that way more often than you would if you were running a very small buffer size for low latency. So this is changing the control smoothing from the position of being at the start of calculating a buffer, meaning the more often you calculate the buffer, the more often you loop around to do it. Like you have a 16 sample buffer, for instance, or supposing you're running in the VCV rack port, and the VCV rack port can be like, hey, 4 samples, knock yourself out. Well, that'll get really expensive if you have to do 2 sines in each one of those. But then if you have a slow parameter update, guess what? All of a sudden, maybe you don't even need to assign that pan and fader at all. Maybe we can just load get parameter from elsewhere. We could load it inside the Bezier control smoothing engine. And then granted, when we come around to that, we hit it, and then all of a sudden we have to do all of this stuff. But hey, that was the same thing that we had to do at the beginning of each buffer. And rather than doing it every 4 samples, or every 64 samples, maybe we're doing it every 5,000 samples. A 1 second between update time is 44,000 samples. Updating the controls every 10th of a second, and by that I do not mean zipper noise crackling at 10th of a second intervals. I mean it's chasing the setting with Bezier curves and updating 10 times a second. I think that's comparable to a lot of real-world consoles out there, automation systems. And yet that's 4,400 at least. If you were running at 96K, that's 9,600 samples between having to run those two sine functions. Compare that to if you were at 96K and you're doing like 128 sample buffer in order to be able to run your DAW. This is saving a lot of calculation here. Honestly, this inspires me to jump in and update this. Some of these things will be loaded every sample, or every buffer. But why do we even have this? Why are we even doing double pan equals get parameter when we can just do this and then I guess we'll refer to this twice here. And that's bound to be cheaper than having the extra variables kicking around, because having extra variables kicking around is bad, so we're making everything way more efficient. Because we're not actually calculating that stuff outside the engine. Oh, hey, Yuri. Weighted summing engine. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. Mixing is a summing engine. And my Surge and Surge Tide plugins already track rate of change of the rate of change. Oh, I'm sorry, Socialite, I missed. I didn't answer that one because I was talking about other things. It depends. I'm a big fan of analog, but we can do things with digital that are also very powerful. Is that enough of an answer? Like, I don't undersell how much I'm a big fan of analog. I defer to nobody for being as big of a fan of analog. But all the same, the work I'm doing currently is doing a pretty good job of making useful things out of digital. The deal with digital is you can accurately manipulate and work with data, and that leaves a lot on the table as far as having stuff actually sounding good. But it gives you a great deal of flexibility to manipulate sounds the way that you would want. And the ways that it degrades are pretty well understood at this stage. So what I do with a lot of this kind of stuff, like look here, Purist Console 4. Check it out. In order to generate a sine algorithm, I'm going and doing it longhand with a Taylor series, and the variables that I'm using in order to make it get to the right outputs, I'm running all of these in long double. This is way more fidelity than anybody thinks is necessary. Typically, people don't even consider double necessary. But I'm doing it this way because I'm able to get closer to the richness of tone of analog processes just by going way into the extreme overkill as far as issues with quantization and having stuff break up because it's producing quantization style artifacts. We can hear distinctions in slow changes, like Yuri Kovalyakov is. Let me try that again. I got that completely wrong. Yuri Kovalyov. Boom, got there. Talking about rate of change of the rate of change. Well, we can hear differences in rate of changes very efficiently because we have to. We are evolved to be able to pick out sounds in the distance which have been treble attenuated by distance traveled across air. And we have to be able to pick out from sounds like that whether a sound is threatening or whether a sound is harmless. And when I say overkill, because Aurora Dreamweaver has jumped on that one, when I say overkill, what I mean is I always work in areas beyond what can be regularly and repeatably heard, because I think it's important to be able to deliver fidelity beyond what you can consistently pick out as wrong. Because I'm very much of the opinion that when you hear stuff that is wrong below a level of a threshold where you can reliably and consistently hear it, it just bugs you and you can't put your finger on it. When something is going off, when there's quantization or whatever, and it's below the threshold that you can consistently pick it out and go, I always can hear that, it only bothers you. You can't be sure. It just bugs you from time to time. My analogy is always sand in your lettuce. If you're eating your salad and occasionally it goes crunch, it's horrifying. It's exactly what you don't want. It's the worst thing ever. But can you be sure you will crunch on any given bite of the lettuce? No, usually it's going to be fine. But it's so unpleasant when it does happen that it ruins the entire meal. And that's what it's like. Yeah, I did in fact replace all long doubles by doubles not a very long time ago. The overkill is back for Purist Console, and the calculations are also in like Purist Gain. Purist Gain is calculating the volume change in long double and then dithering it to float or indeed double. So yeah. Now, where was I? Well, one of the things I was doing was updating these ones, which have not yet been made into... Look at that. We'll close this stuff down for now. These are still only audio units. I have not yet made the VSTs of them. But what I'm busy doing here is updating this little area. Maybe I'll bust this into 2 lines. So that comment now tells me, don't even define variables. All I'm doing is defining variables to very rarely use in the actual process. And it's only going to hit it once, and you're not exactly sure when it's going to hit this point, only that it will. So we can just access the get parameters in here. It's not like we have to do it every sample. Far from it. We're not doing it even close to every sample. In fact, I can calculate how rarely we do that. And it's 1.0 minus 0, so it's power of 1. Zero 0.25. Well, hang on, how does this even... Don't mind me figuring out how Bezier res is working. So the fastest possible setting is 0.25 to the power of 3. All these are going to be very tiny values. Probably down to 0.0001. Well, hang on a second. No, that is the smallest possible. I'm trying to calculate in my head what this does. So 1 times 0.25 to the third power, so that's times 0.25 times 0.25. So it's 0.0156. But we're actually using 1 divided by that. Step will equal to this, so 0.15625. Okay, so our very fastest buffer size here is 64 samples. This routine, and that's at 44.1K. At 96K, it's going to be running 128 samples at its absolute fastest. And as soon as you start slowing it down, it's going to go farther and farther in the other direction. So, yeah, that'll work. So now I need to open up Purist Console for Bus, which uses the same technique. So we're just going to go in and we're going to change all of these, and we haven't made the VSTs yet, but I will be making the VSTs before terribly long. Somebody's waiting for this one, I know. I also have to go into my sign hack thing, the mostly signs, and do an ArcSign version of this. This is an ArcSign. You can tell because all of these are plus. And work out what the nearest available sample sizes each of these are. And take like the top 4, I think is as many as I do. For this is the purest version of it, so it goes as close as I can, and these are the actual values for ArcSign. But for the most nearly signs plugin, that's the one where I have a control that gives you like, I think it's either 16 or 32 different options, each of which are a variation on pure saturation. And pure saturation is doing the sign version of this, which is the Taylor series expansion. But rather than these accurate values, because these are the accurate values for how to do a really sign calculation, it's just doing all the possible variations on the nearest possible shifting of bit values. And that's how pure saturation gets its sound. But there are like 32 other possible variations on the pure saturation sound, and I'm going to do a 32 variations on ArcSign sounds as well. Speaking of Russia, the guy from Soma has a new thing out. I posted that on Blue Sky, actually. One guy was like, wow, cool. And the other guy was like, oh, I'm not very impressed. Yeah, Vlad from Soma has this thing which is like a surface where you place keys and compasses and weird crap all over it. He has a tendency to take a watch and put it on the tempo one, but I bet you could just put washers and it'll do the same thing. I don't think you have to use special things. It can't tell. But it makes for beautiful demos. Like he has these weird keys and widgets and stuff, and he's moving them a little bit in the whole sound shapes. The whole sound shape changes when he does. Lovely. Uh, Visuals, I feel similarly. Do you know what I do for my visuals? And that includes how you're seeing me right now. I do diffusion filters and things on the image. Like I can boop over to check it out. Here's another camera, and that is also using diffusion filters on the lenses. I got not actually the most expensive that you can get, but I fell in love with these lenses and started getting them. SLR Magic lenses. They're microprime cine lenses. I have my little collection of them. They're like, I don't know, cheap Chinese lenses or whatever, but they were made with an unusual number of blades in the aperture. So the bokeh on them is amazing. And then I use a smoke, and it's spelled SMOQUE, filters. And what those do is it gives you a sort of funny, blurry effect that cuts down the extreme contrast and sharpness of digital sensors. So yeah, as far as visuals are concerned, I think analog kind of looks better. I know digital is more accurate. I don't think it's very forgiving. And stuff looks kind of too computery and artificial without going to some effort to fuss with it and make it have more of that organic feel. Whereas back in the day when you had to do stuff on film, some of the least accurate film looks awesome. And I'm not even talking like black and white. I'm talking, check out like 1970s Bond movies or something like that, where they had enough money to do your full like Cinerama color or whatever. And these 1970s film stocks do not look accurate, but they look kind of awesome. It's a very easy thing to do, getting that stuff going right. Oh, socialite, there absolutely is a way in which music makers embrace digital and push all of its quirks. The only artist that I am super duper into, even though they are clearly from a hyperpop aesthetic, is Patricia Taxon. Go and check out like recent albums from Patricia Taxon. The most recent one, for instance. She doesn't do all that much albums constantly lately. She's done many, many albums over the years. But yeah, the most recent album by Patricia Taxon uses the ability for digital to produce all of these kinds of sounds, and it just takes you into a different world. So yes, it is possible to embrace digital, push all of its quirks, have an analogy to that on music, and use it artistically to the highest possible effect. Patty does that. I am very, very impressed by it. But it's not my genre. Hyperpop is not my genre. I don't like it when stuff sounds digital like that. Only Patricia is able to make me like it when it sounds like that. All of her influences I'm not really very into. She's into like Autechre. Autechre is another example of that. I'm not very into. I'm a little more into stuff that is like tracker based, like there's a lot of Infected Mushroom that I've enjoyed. But, and there's a UK guy who is much, much smaller than Infected Mushroom, but Euphoria/F8. I've been very into that stuff. I'm very into some of the older tracker music. Actually performs really well in Airwindows meter because it is simply, for whatever reason, you don't get the kind of crisp output that you'd expect out of digital. Instead, you're getting like the output of Amiga sound chips or something. I never said Petrushka. What did you think I said? Well, you thought I said Petrushka. Oh, Patricia Taxon, Socialite knows. Socialite knows. Yeah, listen to her most recent album. It's astonishing. There's a bunch of those albums are astonishing. Depending upon which album it is, you might or might not find it appealing, because some of it is also artistically incredibly raw. And she has developed this ability to do like hyperhuman singing voice, kinda, that is an acquired taste. You won't necessarily like it. But a beautiful example, if you're interested in a poppy style thing that is very clearly what I'm describing, go look up Patricia Taxon Cilantro. Listen to that. That is definitive hyperpop, and it's exactly what you can do in digital that you could not do in analog. And I absolutely adore that track as well, and I don't like anybody else's music that sounds like that. Go figure. I like 70s rock, man. I like stuff that sounds very analog. But yeah, Autechre basically just loses me. And the sound and feel of it, again, only Patty is able to make stuff that I like that style. But it's very possible. It's very possible to do a digital aesthetic and make it really work. That's part of the reason I'm working so hard to do the plugins that I do. Because in practical terms, if you were on a laptop and don't know all of the things and whatever, you're compelled. You're compelled to do that digital aesthetic whether you like it or not. Much like how digital filmmakers tend to be compelled to do the David Fincher aesthetic whether they like it or not, because it's the only aesthetic that looks good that way. Unless you're getting really stylized and you're doing like, what's the name of the quirky director guy? You can do very stylized things and do extremely powerful like color timing and get that to work. But as far as stuff that is a organic, consistent aesthetic, Fincher's the one that does the sort of cold, cool, and vibey digital film aesthetic. And again, similarly to the Patricia Taxon, like, I adore the way Fincher makes digital look. He's really good at making that stuff be gripping and amazing. But mostly, I'm not that big of a fan of those things. Here's console 4 bus. Why is this? Oh, because this is just before doing the gain shift. And this is the bus version, so we don't actually update those things there. Okay. So this is technically now done, and I have to update this now. And pan and fader need to be updated to match what I've got going on here. Cool. Got it under control. No extra variable just for doing that, which means we get to cut down on variables as well, and I'm very pleased about that. I know from years back that with the modern computers, the more you can not define unnecessary variables, the happier they will be. They are much more memory bound than processing bound. So we can do this, and better we just call this getParameter twice than define a variable just for doing it without having to call getParameter. It'll be just fine the way it is. And I was going to include this comment. Boom. There, now those match. That should build. Indeed it has. Yeah, I mean, ideally I can make it so that the buffer, you could go for extremely short buffer sizes and get away with it just fine and have the controls update nowhere near as fast. The only downside would be if we were instantiating plugins and they spawned as soon as a region began and you had sound right up against the beginning of the region. That could conceivably run into problems for people. And that is trouble that maybe I will not borrow before I hit it. But yeah, like I talked a bit about Patricia Taxon there, and I should point out one of the reasons she gets the sound that she does is there is a actual focus on controlling and delivering those ultra high frequency digital synthetic sounds that are hanging around 15 to 20K where analog fears to tread, and where you don't hear those sounds if you're listening to acoustic sounds that were made at any kind of distance from the listener. Like if you're doing a sound and you're like, I'm going to make the sound of a rock band. We're in the audience 2 rows back, so we're 15 feet away from the lead vocalist. Wow, that's really close. Well, no, that's not. That means you're 15 feet away from the lead vocalist, and you're maybe like 25 feet away from the drummer and so on. And if you're present for that experience, it's amazing. It's kind of overwhelming. But you're like 30 feet away from this and that and the other thing. You're 30 feet away from the backline amps. That means that no matter how bright the sounds are right at the speaker, they're attenuated by air by the time they get to you. Patricia Taxon, working in hyperpop, is making all kinds of things generate super high frequencies like they were pressed against your eardrum. And I think the reason that I like her work so much is that it's not every damn thing doing that. This is why I don't like Steven Wilson remixes. Steven Wilson remixes, and he's remixed every damn progressive rock band in the universe. Constantly reimagines everything so that no matter what the sound is, there's some of that super high frequency tizzy stuff there. It doesn't matter if he's doing Aqualung. Aqualung is really dark and it's really distant sounding, but it doesn't matter because he's going to make it sound as if it's on the surface of your eardrum. And I do not enjoy it when he does that. But Patty doesn't do that thoughtlessly. Patricia Taxon does stuff where the when those sounds are scraping your eardrums that way, it's on purpose and it's something that's appropriate. I don't doubt it, though. I have not heard the Gentle Giant remasters. I have heard a bunch of his things because a bunch of artists, notably Yes and Jethro Tull, released a series of remasters like that in which they also used a flat transfer of the original master tape as a bonus feature. So I would just buy the thing and then I would listen to the bonus feature. I just went for the original tape. I just went for the original master because I was studying at the time how they compared to the vinyl that I already had. And it would tend to be pretty good. Well, Fripp is interesting. Fripp, on the one hand, is very protective of his music, but he also does not feel confined by, like, historical presence. He is completely cool with reinventing it and coming out with a new one and being able to sell it to people. And, like, more power to him on the back of that, but he is not being a historian about that stuff. And when you are coming from a position like I am, where some of that old stuff, because of the recording limitations it had, produced an effect that was special and didn't have any of that, like scraping your eardrums and hyperloudinated business, then I'm going to say there's something to be said for the historical record. And yeah, Zappa is interesting because Zappa went across pretty much the entire recorded history. I just captured, just the other day, Absolutely Free and Freak Out, and finished my capturing of my entire Frank Zappa record collection so that I can bust it all down into individual songs and have them in the car. And yeah, Zappa goes from 1967, I think it was, for Freak Out, all the way up to the 90s. And man, that's a big range. And you really hear it, like especially when it gets into the 80s and he's doing stuff like Joe's Garage Acts 2 and 3. Those albums are practically hyperpop years before hyperpop was even invented, because the amount of little sparkle and glitter on every single thing are so extreme. 66, you say? Fair. The amount of glitter on some of those Zappa albums is so extreme that it's completely beyond what he had going on in the 1970s, much less the 1960s. And like Freak Out sounds like it was done before they had invented Dolby. There's a specific sound that comes off of like Dolby. And it hit in the UK first, I think. And you can tell when things like Electric Ladyland or whatever came out, you started hearing that sound, that rock sound. And it would show up on Zappa albums as well. Like by the time they got to Overnight Sensation, that's 100% Dolby. Probably by the time they got to Burnt Weenie Sandwich, I think Burnt Weenie Sandwich is running Dolby, because it has that bigness and that particular tonality to it. And Joe's Garage is late 70s, yeah. 2 and 3, well, 2 and 3 isn't that 79? It's pretty close. Zappa was always, much like the Grateful Dead, Zappa was always ahead of his time technically. He made a bunch of money and put it all in his ear. That was his line. People would make money and put it up their noses. He put us in his ear. So yeah, I just captured Freak Out to digital so that I can do things like show it to people, show it to $10 patrons more like, because he's not restricted, and measure it in meter. And Freak Out absolutely sounds like it's pre-Dolby. It's like pre-Dolby the way that like the Beatles 65 is pre-Dolby. And it sounds extraordinary. But it's so different from everything else. Also, Absolutely Free sounds like But. It does not sound good at all. But then We're Only Into the Money sounds interestingly like that is another seemingly pre-Dolby track, but that's their Sgt. Pepper answer. And that one, I really should take some stuff from We're Only In It for the Money and put it on the Patron hits recording thing that I'm doing. Because it really has it. This pre-Dolby Zappa stuff really has a sound to it. That old Mother stuff. Technically, you should call it Mothers, except for I call it Zappa because it's like, yeah, he just went and took them over. And that was it, really. So let me see. I've got some plugins to Monger here. Let's copy these updated versions. I should also test them and make sure that I'm correct in what I think they're doing. Option drag. Also, it's about time for me to go and thaw out food. Option drag, copy that over. Plunk that there. Option drag, we'll copy this over as well. Plunk that there. Then all I need to do is the VST version. I'm honestly quite excited about this new method of control smoothing because it really strikes me how much this is going to speed up the ability to run low latency. Like you tell the DAW to be like, hey, give me a 16 sample latency. And these will make it easier for it to do that. There's less for it to do at the beginning of each buffer. And that'll just make that way easier to go. Meanwhile, I'd better start this up for the purpose of testing Purist Console. I bet I have an effect stack. Yep. Here it is. Okay, so we get to do this apparently. Yeah, that's the channel version. Running span is causing it to choke. But I don't know what to do about that. That's just the way it is. It might be choking, but it can still moderate things smoothly. That is 100% a success. And the smoothing factor is functional. Even when it's really chugging. Cool. Okay, that establishes that that works. The controls work even though we're calling them from inside the processing. I'm going to bounce over to display overlay a little bit and play some kind of funny thing. How about this? We'll play this. We'll go finding a groove. This is some kind of electronic nonsense. I'll be right back, but what I'm doing is going and thawing out some food and making a brief pit stop. So I'll be back in a moment. This has something to do with Bastel Castles. Note that even though it's a weird synthesizer, these are supposed to be all different colors, but guess what? It's not. They're all the hit record color. Because Bastel Castles are interesting sounding little devices. Be right back. So let's quit out of there. And back to coding stream. And yeah, Nathan Anderson is correct. Hey, Real Humanity. Meanwhile, I'm busy doing these things. So yeah, like these are work days. But yes, indeed, I do see chat. There are times when I don't respond to absolutely everything in the chat, especially if it's going quickly or it's getting weird or something. But typically, yeah, I see everything. As long as I'm not looking at my computer screen here and all of this code sitting around, which I now have to update and put into these 3 plugins. And since all this is done by hand, I have to do it perfectly the first time, or at least perfectly eventually, because otherwise I'll just have to go back and fix it again. So here is where we're starting. Double Bezier, Bezier total. This is our array for doing this Bezier smoothing. Everything lives inside there. And it's going to replace this kind of stuff here, where things say A and B. That's because these are for like morphing linearly between the position of a control at the beginning of the buffer and at the end. And we're completely skipping all that and doing something better. So here's our first enum. We got all different kinds of enums with all different kinds of names, but this is an important one. This is the controller. And there's going to be, ooh, I can think of a better way of doing this. Hang on. Hang on. Oh. Yeah, let me update that in both of these other ones as well. See, they're both going to look the same. Because they are the same. But if we're going to have many controls, it's going to work a lot nicer if I've organized them in a way where we can have many of these in sort of vertical stacks. And then when I need to make a new one, all I have to do is copy the line and then paste and change it or whatever. And then these remaining things get to be the stuff tacked on in the end. Now, I don't have to rebuild that because that's literally the same code-wise as before. I've just changed its syntax. And then every time I reach in and do something with this, it'd be a little easier to, oops, hang on. Needed this. There we are. So this will make it a little easier to do like the high, high mid, low mid, and bass amplitudes, plus also the gain L and R, which is what we make out of the volume and the fader and pan. And then also the caps, L freak and H freak are going to be in there as well. But I don't have to do all of those things right away. Also, I wonder whether there's any benefit to control smoothing the dynamics parameters. They're not in here, but some of them might be. Like, I know that at least the dry wet would probably get zipper noise. Honestly, the more the better. But it depends upon how busy it is to calculate. So let's start by grabbing that. Fairly often the way I go about doing something like this is, and by fairly often what I mean is I did this for all those reverbs. I'll define an area that I'm working on, and I'll go through and start doing each bit of it in sequence. Like here is the H file. And then I need to define them, although, no, I need to define them, and I can do that with boilerplate code. Back to bus. When I say boilerplate code, I can just include this, and it doesn't matter how many controls I add, it will always initialize all of them. Skip ahead, but not all the way to here. Here. Note how it's like Bezier total, then Bez total. I just had to come up with unique names for all these things. Bezier total is the number of controls to smooth. Bez total covers the compressor, and all of these individual enums should have unique names. Hope they do. We'll see. If they don't, I'll have some kind of mysterious bug to deal with, but probably they have unique names. Up here to same rough place. Man, I'm all excited for my tacos. I'm really quite hungry at this stage. I don't eat lunch. I eat breakfast, which is an egg, egg omelet, and then dinner. I make the egg omelet with a little saucepan in the French style. Swirl it around and flip it, but I've started holding a chopstick at the same time just in case it doesn't want to flip nicely, because sometimes I've got so much butter in there or whatever that it just slides around and won't flip. And it's one thing that I can do to straighten it out. And let's see, console pre, same basic deal, and scroll down to here. No, I have not left the H file just yet. Got a little more going on, and I'll show you what it is. There is a reason I've given all of these descriptive names rather than letters or numbers, like param 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, or param A, B, C, D, E or whatever. And that's because I'm arranging these things differently based on what orders they are. And so I can go into something like this. And grab out param smo. Param smo is the smooth parameter. And that's our control smoothing control. So we just get to tack it on. And beyond that, I'm going to reshuffle these two. This one won't care, but the VSTs and especially the GUI versions seem to care what order they're in. And you'll notice that we've got a pan and a fat, actually not in the pre. Pre is, firstly, not the one I want to open at the moment. But the audio unit pre is end-to-end. It is a mono plugin, and that means it also can run multi-channel if you want it to. Also, let me scroll chat. Why do I have it set to top chat? I always like having it set to live chat, specifically so that all messages can be visible. Cool. Got that sorted. So here's our console bus. And again, I'm going to want a parameter called param smo for smooth. And then I'm going to want to move the trim and more down to after the... See, console X2, I kind of missed a trick. It's going to be much better going forward, but after console X2, I had the saturation before the compressor. Saturation needs to go after the compressor, especially since the compressor, although it has a certain amount of makeup gain, is in fact lowering a threshold. So you need to have the trim, which is the shift in of bits gain thing, to go in there, and the more, which is the saturator, after those things. So it needs to be arranged like that. Those are already what they're supposed to be, so we're good. Notice I've got like spacing in there as well. All helping me figure out what the heck I'm doing. One hopes, anyhow. I try to figure out what I'm doing. To the best of my ability, I try to figure out what I'm doing. So, saturation after compression. There we go. So the one at the very top of everything is the control smoothing control. Got to add the got to change the enum. The enum is going to need me to change things. That could get more complicated than I want, but I bet I can do it before the end of the day. In fact, I shall. But what I'm going to do first is get this stuff sorted, and only then am I going to reorganize these, because this is going to require renumbering stuff. And changing the total number of parameters, because we're adding one. This one. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to leave it saying 0, 0. It won't compile into this actually, it would, but it won't work usefully. Yeah, no, it would work, but I'm going to have more arranging to do. But we're going to, rather than try to do all of that on this one, I'm going to do those things on each of these and then go and do the next stage. So back up to here. Prem smo. Then that stuff goes after, oh, stop that. That stuff goes after there. Let's get that. That also goes in the list of names. Notice how the names have sort of identification to them. So I can reorganize them a little more freely if that's what I want to do. Then lastly, this, but we're not renumbering it yet. Because when we do, there's a whole other section that needs to be set up correctly. And I'll do my level best to do that. Actually, wait a minute. No, it won't, will it? It sets up its controls based on those code names as well, not based on the numbers, so we're still good. Cool. That makes everything a little bit easier than I was expecting. I'm going to show you what I was talking about in a moment. Trying to remember what bit goes where. That bit goes there. And that's going to go here. And then that's going to go there. So the way this works, this is defining all of these and assigning them to numbers. And then what I got to do is similar to what lives in here, and there's only a few of them. Notice that we've got switch in parameter ID, and it's got a case statement, and it needs to look up what the correct thing is for each thing in the case statement. But I can still shuffle these around. They can be numbered any way that I want, as long as there aren't any duplicates like you see there, because it will just look it up based on what the name is. So that'll fix that up. And then when we look up the values, like in here where we're looking up kparam fad for fader, it'll just refer to whatever the number is. I never need to know what the actual number is. Bacon Paul of the Surge XT project was the one who turned me on to enums, and they are quite handy. Technically, they are declaring another variable or something like it, but they mean you can throw additional variables and things in there. 8909. I don't know whether it will have new GUI features. I'm working on the non-GUI version right now, getting the audio to go. But I don't know whether there will be any new GUI features. I feel like I'd like to develop some more control types just to be able to do things like my switches and stuff. Like the switches for shifting of bits, where I can have it at regular level or like 6 dB down or 6 or 12 dB up. I've got that. It would be fun to have that as a toggle switch, seeing as it is a switch. I can do it, and I think I am doing it with a horizontal or a vertical slider, but that is not really the same as a switch. It makes it look like it's a continuous control even if it's not. So that kind of is like a GUI feature. I'm almost certainly going to keep dark meter as the meter. I don't really expect to change that, because then there will be 3 different recent versions where I had that going on. I wasn't entirely happy with what I had for Console X. It was a vibey sort of flashy light thing and stuff, but it was neither full-on Airwindows meter, nor was it the most useful graphic. So yeah. I wouldn't mind having also, in terms of new GUI features, one thing I noticed was somebody was talking about how they were having challenges with gain staging through their plugins because they weren't paying attention to how loud things were. And that suggests that what I could do using Pample Juice and the fact that I am going to be making GUIs, I could have like little indicator lights all throughout the plugin relating to the part of the plugin that is operating and just update that with like little bitty level indicators that would flash. I'm not sure what speed I'd want them to be at. Maybe that could be another user parameter. But that would flash and show you whether there's signal present or not. It could even flash with brightnesses based on how loud the signal is at any given place, up to just being completely bright and turned on if you were clipping or distorting or using like shift and of bits gain to slam the saturation. It would be able to show you like, okay, you're slammed. And that would show you where levels were at throughout the plugin, including things like you could have separate levels on each of the bands. It would be tracking in some hopefully not too awkward way, how loud the signal was going through the Bez-EQ bands. And that would show you like, do I have a lot of upper mid-range going on? If so, maybe what I need to do is turn the upper mid-range down. Or the highs are not lighting up their light, meaning that I don't have highs. And if you have a track that is supposed to have highs, it might be a tip-off, like, yep, need to turn this one up until it shows up on the light. Honestly, cascading compression into saturation is probably the killer app for that. And EQ, not so much, because EQ, people will probably assume they need to make all the lights light up, and that's not true. Anyways, where was I at? We were talking about this part, how I need to add case param smooth to pretty much all of these plugins, and then rename all of them. But we get to rename each of these and then go from there. So what do I mean by that? Let's find out. I've added a control, so now there are 19 parameters, and these each have to have individual ints. So we're going to make them have individual ints, but we're also going to move trim and more to just under gate. Except for we also don't have a gate. What we have is a ratio. So it becomes rat. And now I can renumber all these things. Oh, and I renamed that, but I did not rename this. And do we have to update this too? Yes, we do. And if ratio is at 0, I don't remember how I have that set up, so I'll worry about that later. I'm going to do the bits that I can remember at one time and then move on from there. So everything has been updated to rat from gat for gate. Numbers time. And the one on the end is always one more than the rest. So 19. Boom. Now I need to make the rest of them match that. How hard could it be? Probably not all that hard, but I do need to get it right. It's like the plight of people who were doing vibe coding or whatever, and they're like, I can't read all these pages of code. I hope it was good. I am going to have to read all the pages of code because I'm the one writing them. This slides down to after the compression. Ratio there. I could have copied this from the previous one. Oh well. No matter. I've only got 2 more to do. Boom. Got there. Remember to do both of the rats. Then we can go into the other section and start to get that sorted out. It's only 4:34. I'll probably get a pretty decent amount of this done by the time the day is over. Rat, ratio. I'm assuming that's what I called it. I think that's what I called it. I think in Dynamics 3 I'm actually calling it dry wet, but it's effectively the same thing. It relates to whether it's ratio or not. I'm comfortable in the, we could call it comp, not dyne, but it's dynamics, it's fine. I'm comfortable in console having it called a ratio because console has so many different things going on in it, and if there's something that says dry wet, like how do you know what thing is getting the dry wet? So we're going to have it be just ratio, which is the word you use for stuff that is compression related. More. Let's make sure I've called things rat. There we go. Got there. And there. We're not going to have DSC buff because I don't want to run discontinuity in this one. Much like I'm doing lots of things differently, I'm always doing things differently, and I feel I can beat what I was doing previously with this new choice. Alrighty, but I don't need to delete this right away. But I'm going to be wanting to delete. A lot of things is going to be changing. A lot of things is going to be changing. Oh, and here we are. Each of these now gets this added. There's a little more to it besides, but I'm going to do this first. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that first. I'll tell you what I'm going to do first. We've got one of these to add to everything, and I can only do so many copy-pastes. I don't have multiple buffers for copy-paste. I'm sure there are people probably on Linux who do, but I do not. We're going to do these in order as well. It means trim and more. Oh, and I got to update the name. Trim and more go underneath this, which now needs to be renamed. You can see it needs to be renamed because it's not in blue. I guess I'm going up this way. And then trim and more, move down to underneath gat, which gets turned to rat because gate is being turned to ratio. And then lastly, the bus. This time around, I'm having the bus be exactly the same as the other ones. Although granted, the pre for the audio unit is end-to-end, so it doesn't have a pan. But that's the only difference. That's the only change. Boop. And then this gets dragged down to here. This get, renamed to rat. Or rate. Technically, it would be rate. And now I work my way back this way, manipulating these. Also, the number of parameters that I see should have changed, and I should check that in the H file, but for now, I know what I'm doing. For now, we paste that in. Cut these out. I'm going to have to go back and copy it again. Paste this in after gat. change all of the things relating to cat to rat. Boom. You can see how I'm kind of working through all this methodically. I really have to. It gets very overwhelming for me. This is why I can't do like proper coder style programming. Oop, don't want to copy that. I want to move it. Hang on. I was about to do a silly thing, which would have given me problems. Cut. There we go. It goes in after ratio. So see, bus and channel both have a pan control, but in the audio unit does not have a pan control. So I'm going to have to make sure that is working correctly. Which means some of the numbers are going to be different. So there's that, okay. As long as I've got this open, I can have a look here. So that goes to 19 parameters. That seems correct. I'm pretty sure bus was the same. And pre is going to have 18 parameters here. Yep, we're good. It was fine. So copy this one last time. And do this little dance one last time. Those go away from there. Go in after here. And then we rename this because this doesn't exist in here anymore. Indeed, indeed. And you'll notice that the index parameter has moved way down here, and yet it's still being referred to by a enum. So I don't actually have to worry about changing the order of the enums or anything. It's automatically going to assign it correctly. And one final little detail. This is going to drop into every single one of these, just like it is, right after overall scale. And then we're going to strip away a bunch of stuff from this section outside the buffer so that we can run it in the smoothed form. And we can do this by walking through these in inverse order. Don't even need to check, but I am checking to see that that was in fact there the way it's supposed to be. I think I can leave this business about spacing here, but more tapehack, this is going to go in the smoothed. That's clearly going to be smoothed. And maybe we can do that in smoothed as well, but it's not. That's actually not going to be smoothed, but some of this stuff, right? Local car begins honking, film at 11. Do I need spacing to be updated this often? Or could it be updated less often? Overall scale might not need to be updated that often either, but it probably needs to exist at least some of the time. Yeah, the dereses are going to be updated with overall scale, buffer by buffer. But the continuous controls operate under a different rule. So let's see, there was a space in front of that. Save you and walk through these again. I'm kind of going about this methodically, try to make sense of it. There was a space in front of that, so I can do this. There we go. Save that. Scroll down, confirm that I have that part initializing. If I forget that, it doesn't lead to good things. Unused variable, where? There. Alrighty. Attempting to do the drive as something like I could be doing the drive as longhand. I don't know whether I'm going to want to use something like longhand for saturation or whether I'm going to use pure saturation. I probably don't need to decide that right now. So now we've got our control smoothing section sorted out, but there's an additional control smoothing section which is going to apply to literally all of these. So maybe I can find the correct place to do them. This is going to fit in every place I need it. And it's going to define this, and then this is what I use for the gain. So let's copy that firstly, and then we're going to put it in right up top. Although I can, this is the bus decode. I can do that first, but then we're going to calculate some of this stuff out. Let's see, a control smoothing engine. If I start copying those, I'll lose this in the paste bin, so let's not. Don't know why that ended up at the top of the screen. There's our control smoothing system. Here's where we do dry sample and stuff. So we're going to plunk that in. And it's going right before Dynamics 3. Note, however, there's going to be changes. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure what I even said. I'm busy doing this. So there's going to be changes. I might or might not have Bezier Q3 built into this, but when I do, there's going to be a whole set of switch statements and another kind of flipper switch. Maybe I should make like a 5-position switch like Strats have that would work for both the gain trim but also the positioning of these filters, because there needs to be a 5-position switch for the filters because the filters have 3 stages in them and they get to be able to run all the filters very much up front before anything happens, all the filters after everything happens. The middle position is 1 in the beginning, 1 in the middle, 1 in the end, and they are flanking compression and then saturation. And then the other positions, the 2 and 4 positions, are probably going to be 2 in front, 1 either in the middle or at the end, maybe in the middle. And then like maybe 1 in the middle and 1 at the end. I'm not sure whether the middle positions need to use that middle position. Maybe it would be good. Aurora Dreamweaver, which one was it? I think it's probably already out. When I do stuff like that, often I'll be like, hey, check it out. Here you go next week. Next weekend, here you go. So I probably put it out. If not, Purist 4. Oh, okay. I have not put it out yet, but it's coming. You see it before you. Clearly, I can't put it out before the reverbs I'm working on, but it'll be coming. That'll be fun and exciting, because all of this control smoothing stuff is exciting as hell to me. I've even managed to update this again today and rebuilt it specifically for the purpose of having the Bezier calculation be like the only thing in buffer. Like, we're skipping a bunch of stuff just because. And that means running incredibly low latency and incredibly tiny process buffers is going to be more and more effective for these plugins that use this technique. And I'm very excited about that. I love the idea of tracking into Reaper or whatever and telling Reaper, hi, you've got a 16 sample process buffer. Have fun. And then being able to get away with it. That would be so cool. It'll require some work. But then that is way better than what I've been doing. So this is a big jump going forward. None of this is even out yet. I don't think any of it's shown up in, like, it's not going to be in the reverbs. Reverbs aren't really running smoothing in the same way. Sometimes they can't. Like, the reverb cannot do smoothing in position because position is discrete. It's discrete steps. The fact that I've smoothed it out and done things with it is a completely different process. Anywho, where was I at? We have just put the smoothing engine into Console X3 channel before dynamics. Save, close, and close. I think I've already done bus that way. Quick look, find out. I totally have. Cool. And they're using the same control definition, so I don't have to rename the controls for that. They're both using FAD and PAN as identifiers. Now, control pre, which is not going to have PAN. So I'm going to have to strip some of this out, but it's going to be the same basic concept. And then we're going to just add a lot of more controls. Perhaps not today. Some of this might end up being Thursday. We'll do a bunch of work on this in Thursday. Define them. There's the Bezier trim stuff. All that stuff is going to get rearranged. Like, literally all of this stuff gets to run inside the Bezier smoother. This stuff maybe not so much, but this stuff, which does have multiple power functions and everything and a bunch of math, only has to run like once every 7,000 samples. It's amazing. And stuff like this, I honestly don't feel like Thresh is really going to make much of a difference that way. Like, I could update it, but it's really not going to change very much. Gonna have to change the GAT to RAT. Look, it even says, well, let's, we're gonna delete that, but let's see. So, boop, we got a mono version of Dynamics 3. And I'm probably going to have to look up how I go about doing this. So there's the fade times 2, so that much is fine. But then how did I go about, there's the mono version of that. And saturation. We're not going to do a discontinuity. I might stick with tape hack though. I might just stick with tape hack for this. It's a weird little algorithm and stuff, but it's essentially like a sine, but it's giving a particular kind of mojo that works well for me. I like the idea of running with that. So here's the Bez EQ3. And again, see where it says for int p0, p less than 3, p plus plus. This entire section gets copied over to 3 different places. And, this is as big as it is, but it's going to become sort of a module. And then rather than it saying P here, there's going to be a 0, a 1, and a 2 section. And then there's going to be switch statements and things for what one sits in which place. So it's going to be taking up more space, but I should have it labeled properly. And then rather than being a for loop, there's just multiple places that these sections can appear. And that's how we'll be able to move the EQ to all manner of different spaces, or even what you can't normally do with an analog console, which is have your EQ have distributed effect and have some of it happening before the compressor, and then some of it happening after the compressor but before the saturation, and some of it happening after the saturation. There should be a lot of power behind that. Not quite as much power as having 3 entirely separate banks of EQs, but there should still be a lot of power behind that. I feel like that's going to be a monster. So let's see. So we're not going to deal with that. Temp and so on. Gain, input sample L times gain. We're doing this function, but that's what, see, it's literally the same. This is literally the same as this, but we are not actually applying this or the pan. So we don't do the pan, and we don't do the times 0.76. That must be to make it balance with the pan. So what we do is scroll back up to here, and then ditch this change. Everything is L, so I get to go back here and simplify this a little bit. Only has 1. That's the only change I should have to make. And then the rest of this stuff, and you see how that is no longer there. And we see how this is no longer there. And fed, and then A equals gain, so we're still good. That's still how it's supposed to be. Fine, fine. This is no longer blued, so it's not active. And then this is the bit that we use. Here. So yeah, I believe what I can do after I close that is we got that going on. That's the pre. And they go, I've done the channel. I don't know why I keep scrolling to the top like this. It's taco time, it's 5. Here we have that doing its work. Here we have actually that's a Bez EQ control setup. Don't have that yet. Here we have this, and we're doing the gain and gain out. I mean, I can zoop down to the bottom here. And I'm pretty sure we've got those bundled into this, and we don't need to define these, so we're not going to. And this is how this now works going forward. I'm not going to build because it might not be quite ready, but I'm rushing ahead and doing bits that I know I'm going to do. And then I'm going to go and have toggles. But before then, let's double check that that was what I wanted it to be. Here's our Bezier controlling. Here's our Bezier gain L out. Zip down to the bottom. We've combined those into the one. Here's the Bezier left version, and then if I do this, this is the Bezier right version, and I can delete this stuff. And then I may not be using pure saturation, but, and then I can't build. But you know what? That's not bad for a day's work. So I'm going to see whether I can follow up with that reverb. And I'm pretty sure we settled on we're going to drop the crazy Blade Runner reverb just because it shows off some of my wilder stuff more spectacularly and is more than a step beyond any of my previous reverbs. So it's a nice way to do that. I often like doing huge reverbs for my reverb breakthroughs, and then I'll follow up with Rockstar at some later date because that is the more useful and usable version of all of those things. Oh, it is very much 5. And yeah, Purist Console 4 is coming. I'm really excited. I've even made some changes to it today that are good, and we'll get back to this Console X3 work on Thursday. Until then, have a nice dinner. Anybody who's going out and having dinner. And what am I doing? Oh, God. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.